Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Adding up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간 무너지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 오면
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again.
We can focus onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with Vertus Pro, the bears they're feasting. The timer is slowly ticking, won't be able to touch, but he goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. We have our playoff team set, but now it's time to find out where they go in the bracket. I am Tetra, and I am joined by Ryan Central, and we have so many incredible games coming up for you today.
Yeah, we've sort of been able to finalize our top 8 teams for playoffs, so it's going to be really exciting to see how they sort of play at this point. But there's seeding to sort of take care of, and these teams are not used to losing, and they certainly want to go as far in this tournament as they can.
This does also mean, though, that we've already had our bottom cut eliminated. We've said goodbye to some powerhouses. 0%, OG, Shmongus, Alcancia. All of these teams are gone. These are teams, Yoikanda, the team that came second in a previous MRC. All of these teams already out, and we're left with the best of the best. And they are now fighting for some incredible matchups. Let's have a look at the bracket for where these games are going to be and what has happened to get us to this point.
Yeah, so if you didn't know, we have the 16 teams in this tournament broken up into 2 different groups of 8. So it's the top 4 finishes that these teams wanted, and as you can see in the upper bracket, we'll be seeing Berber Patapim going up against Zero Tenacity a little bit later on. We also have All Business going for a rematch against Low 9 as well, to see who's going to be sort of the 4th seed coming out of Group A, and who will continue on to tomorrow's games and potentially Sunday's grand finals for each of the groups. So we have got a good eclectic mix of teams here, both new and old. Mostly sort of old names, I'd say, for the most part, Tetcher, apart from like L9, which is relatively new. But yeah, Group B as well, we get to sort of look at. And for Vertus Pro fans, thankful that they end up qualifying, even though you maybe not be used to them in the lower bracket at all at this rate.
It is a rare sight to see Vertus Pro lose a series. We were hyping that up in last week's games, but they were knocked down by Rad Esports, the former Team 1. And we also have in that upper bracket game that'll be coming on as our 3rd match, I believe, we have Insomnia GG, a team that multiple players I've spoken to have said are being slept on.
Oh, for sure. And I mean that Pep series, if there's a game to go back and watch that isn't the Rad upset versus Vertus Pro, it probably is that Insomnia game. Like, there was a crazy overtime finish, a lot of close maps. Insomnia could have taken it 2-0, but the Peps team, as we saw yesterday when they qualified against Al Qadsiya, have a lot of talent available to them. And mostly it's just adapting to the meta, seeing what teams sort of come up with, mostly from the new advanced stage. But seeing as we have our top 8 teams, one thing that I did want to highlight specifically is where those teams came from. The 16 teams that attended this event all came from different areas, right? The Open qualifiers via the Clash system, top finishes in the Invitational a couple of months ago, and obviously the most recent championship for Season 1. The exciting thing about this Tetcher is we have 2 of each that have come from the Invitational, have been invited. Vertus Pro and All Business, 1st and 3rd from that event, taking part here. And then 2 teams from not only the first go-around with the qualifiers, but the second one too.
It's literally a perfect split between all these teams. The teams you'd expect to do well. The Season 1 MRC teams, the Invitational teams, the teams with the most weight on their shoulders coming in from an invitational situation. And then the Open qualifiers, teams that have earned their right to be here by fighting for it tooth and nail against a throng of other teams. The perfect split has happened. Now the question is, where do they sit in these playoff brackets? Our first series of the day, though, is going to be one of the most exciting for a lot of people, as it has a little bit of history behind it. We have that lower bracket game of Vertus Pro versus Team Peps.
Yeah, I think the elephant in the room is that Vertus Pro, if you're just you've seen that this drops, want to find out a little bit more about the esports scene now that Ignite's been announced and we're taking part in this $3 million prize pool. Vertus Pro were the dominant team of EMEA. To say that they were the top dog into this event would be an understatement, because not only have they won every major event, they also didn't drop a series up until now. But we do get to sort of see exactly everybody else that's potentially playing up at this rate. So we do have Vertus Pro going up against Team Peps, which is an exciting one. There's a couple of little bits and pieces about that game that make it an interesting look. We get to see like the losers bracket games, so whoever loses out of Team Peps Vertus Pro All Business Low 9 will be the 4th seed, and then everything else is just who's going to be in that grand final potentially on Sunday.
Like you said, we have that lower bracket game first. We have rematches from Invitational with Peps versus Vertus Pro, rematches from earlier on in Ignite with All Business versus Low 9, and then we have those upper bracket games. Rad Esports, the team that took down Vertus Pro versus the incredible rising Insomnia GG, and then what a lot of people are looking forward to, Berber Patapim versus Zero Tenacity. That is a match with some pedigree behind it, and a lot of people are looking at that as going all the way.
Yeah, and I think that like Berber Patapim in a completely different group to Rad and Vertus Pro seem to be like the top dollar team in that sort of area, and Zero Tenacity, Knuten was saying that they felt a little bit underestimated. But sort of focusing on this first series, right, Vertus Pro, when it comes to like looking at the particulars of this one, they really are the team to aim for when it comes to the fights and stuff like that. The Team Peps, the most exciting thing about this roster when it comes to its history, we saw Vertus Pro not dropping a map for the longest time either. The first map that they dropped was back in the Invitational in February, but it was against Team Peps, and it was not a domination map, it was actually Spider Island, with Team Peps going for their almost signature defensive holds now when they pretty much hold Vertus Pro all the way to spawn and then go for those fights.
A draft that has been copied by a lot of the teams in Ignite and updated with the new Rocket Penny tech to make sure that they can go on the defense. Team Peps are flexible. They have shown that repeatedly with, according to my research, so take with a grain of salt here, Leaf has played the most heroes out of anyone in Ignite so far, with Mantis, Wolverine, Storm, Human Torch, Psylocke, Winter Soldier, and Emma Frost all being played. And that's not even including those quick swaps to heroes like the Doctor Strange to rush a point when needed. They are so flexible that makes them very difficult to draft against.
Vertus Pro, I think the names have done a really good job of establishing themselves in this game, some of which were established in other games prior to this one. But there was a real question, I think, from me and Moxie in yesterday's broadcast, Tetra, where it was a little bit like, okay, we've seen them lose. Surely they don't lose again, right? Right? And the answer was right. It was a real, dominant turnaround for Vertus Pro here. Not only just showing their own addition to the meta with playing a little bit more like Sparker, Adam Warlock, but as you're about to see with some of the clips from Dredro, really moving over to play a little bit more of that Cloak and Dagger, a character that was just an absolute menace against them when they played up and lost against Rad. Now, if it's, can't beat them, you join them, and that's Vertus Pro evolving what we considered the meta here in EMEA.
The changes in the meta have really evolved, and you've got to wonder if were Vertus Pro rattled going into this. They have now come in. They have still not lost a tournament. They lost a series, as we already mentioned, one of the first ones ever, but they won the Marvel Rivals Invitational versus OG. They won MRC Season 1 versus LG. They won Season 0 before they were even Vertus Pro as Team Cats, and they have 11 out of 11 first place finishes in Marvel Rivals Fight Night. The crowd is heavy for Vertus Pro, but Team Peps, the French roster, we know what happens when the French find a king.
A Fight Night mentioned as well. So yeah, it's been such a good look for Vertus Pro, but I think it has been a case of the initial damage was done. It was a map that was dropped from Vertus Pro against Team Peps, which we're about to sort of see those moments, so you get a real chaotic vibe from everything that was happening. But it wasn't just that in this tournament. Actually, in the grand final, one of the which that they won in the Invitational, it was essentially Vertus Pro dropping even a couple of maps over towards then OG, now kind of Berber Patspim. So we do have an example of what was happening in that game for Team Peps. And like I mentioned, you're sort of seeing Vertus Pro only able to push to this point because Team Peps on their defense were incredible at just holding at the spawn doors. This was back when there was only a couple of bans that you could get in and save, and very much in the center of the Loki Luna meta, with both teams being able to just copy these big ultimates. But it was more the fact that Peps were able to get a hold on here. And honestly, Tetra, this third map after this was Yggdrasil's Path. Peps could have won that, but I think it got the better of them. They got a little bit nervous, I suppose, excited that they had that potential to go on and actually sort of make history. Now that they've seen Vertus Pro lose, they want to make sure, okay, we almost had them last time, we're going to get them this time.
But Vertus Pro, they've now come off of that loss and they are qualified for playoffs. When you face a loss like this, when you've got this many expectations on you, it can shake you to your core. You can really start to struggle with confidence, with cooperation. There's a really big possibility where blame can start to spread between players in these kind of situations. But once you hit that limit, we're qualified for playoffs. That's going to be calming, a little more relaxing. And Vertus Pro, they've had a week to go away. They came back and immediately won their first series in pretty solid fashion. They've had time to get that mental reset, and that will hopefully stop that crash that might have come out from losing that first series. And now all they have to do is to do what they've done before and beat Team Peps. But Team Peps, they are on the rise, and that is scary.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. One of the things that made things hard for Vertus Pro was the new advanced pick and ban system. So we sort of went over this a little bit yesterday because there were a lot of questions in just the stream chats of, wait, how does this work? So the general gist is for the bans, it only, and the picks as well, it only affects the opponent. So for example, you've got the blue team here, which is Tetra's team, let's say. Tetra's banning me from playing Loki. If he saves it instead of the Scarlet Witch, as we see a little bit later on, he can then pick Loki. He has access to that character. I don't. And what we have seen a lot, this would be a really eclectic draft when you look at the characters available, but what we are seeing is almost going to that sort of fifth stage where the Wolverine is, that's the first phase of the pick ban stage if you're looking at the pro teams, where a lot of focus has gone in to ban out Magneto or try and get him, or ban Emma Frost or get her. So those two main vanguards are the ones that you're really gunning for, and then maybe where the Black Panther is, you're looking at taking out a Loki or a Luna. Those big support ultimates like we saw in that clip with Team Peps can be really strong. But it's the rest of the draft that I think did catch out teams like Vertus Pro beforehand, right, Tetcher?
It really has been. Those different ban strategies where you've seen these multiple bans onto strategists, which has really limited their ban style. Team Peps, though, they have leaned a bit more heavy on banning Wolverine over some of these strategists and then picking up stuff like Ultron, picking up Mag, but sometimes letting it through in the ban phase. They've been a little more creative in terms of the drafts compared to the more consistent, let's ban 3 strategists in a row and let through Mantis or Cloak and Dagger or something like that. But obviously, those are some of the earlier games. The draft and the meta has already evolved so much.
Yeah, and it feels like in a week, right? It seemed that last week people were experimenting with it. From talking to Vertus Pro a little bit as well, like after, like behind the scenes of like what went wrong, and they were like, we were trying so many different things and like experimenting with comps and ideas. What Rad ran against us really caught us by surprise, and also we just had a really bad day. We made a lot of individual mistakes on that first map of Domination, and Vertus Pro, the first map is going to be Domination because every series starts with this. It has been a weaker map for them in comparison to other ones because it is a little bit more chaotic. It's a lot more about team fights and individual errors with some of the big strategist ults, for example. Team Peps, they have been very good and scrappy in these ones, and if they want to have a win in this series, I do think they have to pick up Domination first.
I would agree with you. You got to get that momentum going. We're going to start with the Magnetos. Mirror ban away. And Vertus Pro, they immediately lock in on that Emma Frost. A little bit of anti-dive, a little bit of extra protection with that Mind's Aegis, and of course, the ultimate lockdowns with that Psionic Seduction. It's going to be mirrored from the side of Team Peps. So far, everything pretty similar between the two.
Yeah, so now, like I sort of mentioned before when we were looking at the draft picks, the first part is usually the sort of cookie cutter approach. The Torch being banned out for Team Peps is an interesting one, making sure the Fire can't grab it up for Vertus Pro and saving the Punisher. I do feel like whilst you're looking at the first part of the draft as being like, okay, where teams are leaning, it's these second like saves, these lock-ins that have come in for Punisher here and what's about to follow for Vertus Pro that I think is going to define a team of what they're looking to do. Cloak and Dagger banned out. Moxie was going on about this a lot yesterday, really highlighting the strength of the Terror Cape. Not going to see it on the side of Team Peps, at least for the first map.
And they're going to lock in that Luna, who was sneaking through the ban phase. As you already mentioned, we do see Peps prioritizing a couple of these duelist bans as opposed to strategist bans, taking away that Human Torch. So far, all we've seen from Vi this tournament is Torch and Star-Lord, but they're going to go for that Psylocke ban to start us off, removing that flanking potential. Very sensible, so this does leave Star-Lord out of Warlock compositions over to Vertus Pro, and that's immediately what we're going to see.
Now, going over into Hell's Heaven, not sure on what point it's going to be just yet, but it seems likely the Vertus Pro are going to commit to what they were running before with this triple support. Saipei, when you have the likes of Loki and Luna Snow and stuff being banned out more, the strategist players are the ones that suffer the most, but Saipei making the Mantis work. This is something that you're going to talk about later, so I don't want to spoil too much, but we put so much pressure and focus on the Terror Cape yesterday, sort of forgetting the damage boost that you can get from Mantis, which is often overlooked because a healing output, especially on her ultimate, doesn't really compare to the likes of Luna Snow and some of the bigger ultimates when it comes to keeping people alive.
We've also been seeing them used together at times, and that is terrifying. Damage boost into plus the Terror Cape makes it very easy to try and pick people off, especially in these triple strategist drafts. Both teams starting off with the Rockets Packed Lunch, now featuring Penny to give everyone a little bit of armor before the rollouts. That 50 armor from the Penny Parker team up, as opposed to the single 25 you would normally get from the Rockets Battle Rebirth Beacon.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
And for the portal play straight away is Finzi. We also do have this team up for Vertus Pro to work around. the Resurrect's been bringing in for Saipe over on the Mantis, and of course 5, he's sticking to the Star-Lord. But the eliminations against Vertus Pro didn't really happen all that much in their series yesterday, so hopefully Sparker's looking to have a bit more of an aggressive fight, and they've dove right on top of each other. Hardest just pulling out the shotgun close quarters has enabled that first pick, and Beetle's going to be able to chase up the sort of resurrections that we're seeing from the team up, and obviously from the passive from Adam Warlock is going to keep them in this fight. It looked like they might have had to back out.
They're going to push in a little bit more aggressively. Right now, positioning has been taken by Peps. That is an aggressive culling turret up onto this high ground to take some positioning, utilizing that Seraphim barrier, the shield from Doctor Strange to lock in that defense position. As Hardest will rotate up to the high ground, and Peps claim the first position, but Vertus Pro are starting to crawl in and look for those quick pickups. We're playing on the previous patch. This is pre the buffs to the Star-Lord Blaster Barrages. That's an aggressive movement by Ridro with the Eternal Bond for the early setup, dropping Larry low, but they're revived at the BRB. But that means that Larry, Leaf, and Hardest, and Auracila, it's a team wipe, all get taken out with no revive available.
Yeah, just chasing now, making sure that the BR back can't get too much. Team Peps, good progression on the point initially. Vertus Pro, I think they only lost one player, maybe two in that first fight as Sparker brought himself back. It really is just about picking these engagements for Vertus Pro. Where are they going to try and take this next engagement? Team Peps, they do like to try to death ball, almost grouping up and just hoping that as a unit they can take somebody down. But Vertus Pro aware of this. Fi not really able to go for these like flanks, just jumping in on top as the Omega Hurricane from Leaf, trying to clear out some of these corridors.
Going in with that Omega Hurricane directly point blank onto Saipe, but Saipe is in full retreat with that Soul Rejuvenation to get out of danger. Leaf is acting as a sort of pseudo-mantis for this Punisher, but they did go up on a little bit of a split and now flank in from behind with the lightning strikes to keep the pressure on. They need to try and get onto that Star-Lord, but with the iframes, with the mobility, they're so hard to lock down, but they will finally get the pickup. I have Agamotto from above for the attempt at the turnaround, and that will wipe with the Maelstrom of Madness.
Oh, that turret is doing so much damage to Finzi. He can't hold on for much longer as the RP has come in. Beetle just able to whack away this, but that's a really nice ultimate. Karmic Revival not needed once at all from Sparker in their last series. Now bringing back enough to keep Vertus Pro fighting on this, but Team Peps have turned the point into their favor. The fight for Vertus Pro, starting with the Psionic Seduction, trying to catch people in that main choke, but there's a bit of a disengage. The Invisible Boundary allowing Larry to just sit there a little bit longer, check up past this 50% point, and get Hardest available with this final judgment.
Hardest is pushing in deep, looking for anyone, any stragglers in that hallway, picks off Finzi, and is going in even harder with that adjudication on the shotgun to try and melt through the poker dagger, but Terra came for the range reduction, so they cannot see, and Fi is just so uncontested in the backline, wipes that BR, that Cosmic Yard Amplifier, and Cypher just in time with their own ultimate to survive the engage of Beetle.
Oh, the fight back is actually really nice. And Team Peps eventually have to give this one up, but just trying to eke away as much percentage as they possibly can. And it has forced out, I think, another portal from Finzi, actually. So it's not going to be available for these last kinds of fights. And ultimates-wise, you're close to a Karmic Revival again, which is never going to be bad. Always nice to have for a rainy day. But it's that Omega Hurricane and something Psionic Seduction combo that might catch them out.
Beautiful lockdown onto the Adam, picking them off. Psionic Seduction. They're going to try and capitalize, trying to pull in Starlord, but they escape behind the pillar. Diving in deep, and everyone took beautiful cover there. But that's a lot of defensive positions and movements, allowing for that Omega Hurricane to pull in once again, looking for the second pickup onto Adam. No resurrections as they push on in. But Hardest sniped by Fi, who is once again always on the flank. A beautiful Eye of Agamotto coming in from Vinci, almost knocked off the edge with the crystal kick, but is holding, buying time to try and keep that tick going. If their team could reinforce, then they could have maybe taken that overtime, but instead Team Peps get the flip, and Vertus Pro, they are very staggered on 92% for Peps.
They don't have a portal either, so they have to just do it the old-fashioned way with your boots and run all the way in. Fire has to try and go in for this fight, and on 80% of the Galactic Legend, he probably preferred to not have been. That Karmic Revival for Sparker is available. It's whether you can get the time and use it now. You've got the team up, actually, that Fi Hardy was just sort of trying to buy as much time as possible so he can group up with the rest of his team. Nevix goes down. Nevix is back. Scion to Seduction. All of these ultimates from Vertus Pro. 6 in total, all lapped up on top of each other. It's the first point, and we're already seeing a brawl for the ages. Galactic Legend alongside the Eye of Agamotto that actually came in from Beetle. It stuns out free, but Vertus Pro, just after Strategist enables the support, healing, and utility to keep everybody going for now.
By using their own body to buy the time they needed for the reinforcements, trying to get behind that Guardian barrier, but needs a little bit of burst. Omega Hurricane once again trying to track down Zappy. They get 2, they get 3, and Team Peps, they are actually able to extend that fight long enough. Even though they got wiped so quickly, they take control and take the Super Soldier Factory in round number 1.
That's something that Team Peps have been consistently good at, even going back to the Invitational, which I know has different names and faces on it, but they just love a fight. They have enough sustain to keep themselves going. And one thing that we haven't had the chance to mention, Aura Steel has been on that Rocket Raccoon the whole time. There's no longer that team up in game alongside Punisher with the ammo overload, so it is just a bit of comfort, a bit of preference, healing output for the most part. And this triple support, it's doing a lot of the sustain work, the strategist lineup for Vertus Pro, but ultimately it puts so much pressure onto Fi to find the final picks. Actually, it's Nevix leading the line for Vertus Pro on those two.
Nevix has been locking people down, so effectively DRP as well. The Emma Frost, one of the highest damage vanguards, doing such a good job for quick blow-ups. How this works, but the Rocket, like you mentioned, it's unusual, but Vertus Pro is so good at fighting quick pickups, so they get the BRB. The damage boost from that Cosmic Yard Amplifier, plus the damage boost from Storm, means they can hopefully, in a team fight, maximize the amount of time that hardest is damage boost. But with that aggressive portal coming out, dive in, blast of a rock, DRP finds the double though, with that Carbon Crush locking down into Crystal Kick, and it's a huge pickup for Team Pep. They did lose Aura Stealer, and that's the one who can bring people back, whereas Vertus Pro, they can just keep cocooning, keep fighting, but Leaf is making it so that they go down a second time, and Team Peps claim point number 1 again.
Fi cancelling the Soul Revival too, just deciding to go for the clean reset. You gotta say, DRP is playing out of his mind right now. He was somebody that was prioritizing playing the Magneto if it was available to him, and his win rate on Magneto was really high in this tournament, but when he's put onto Emma Frost, it hasn't worked out that well. Certainly the first time when they played up against, I think, Z10 in the early parts of the groups. Now he's having an absolute brilliant game thus far, and the Soul Resurgence going to be the way for Vertus Pro to go in on that fight. The Carbon Crush, the CC not leading into a follow-through as of yet. But Vertus Pro now with these ults, it's a 5-player Eye of Agamotto, but where's the follow-up? You have the Psionic Seduction that's going to stop Ultimate's use, but Hardest getting out that final judgment just before it allows the supports, the strategists to keep on working. The invisible boundary for Larry, but people are going down, and Vertus Pro looking to take the point.
Finzi with this Strange and Nevix with this Emma Frost. They were able to drop it this time. They found the perfect shielding positioning to absorb that. The Eye of Agamotto came in, immediate turnaround. Damage boost. They had the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. They had that Storm bonus. They had Final Judgment. But Vertus Pro positioning was their key for that fight. They stood behind their vanguards exactly when it was needed, only burning the Eternal Bond for that fight. And now they still have that Galactic Legend. They still have Karmic Revival, and they're about 50% of the way towards that Soul Rejuvenation as DRP trying to wrap around, trying to look for someone to pick up once again onto that Star-Lord, who is uncontested up here. Never mind.
Yeah, eliminated. The Rivars is going to bring back DRP, the Karmic Revival is going to bring back everybody else, but the Omega Hurricane just stacked on top of it. The return trip is a very quick return back to spawn all the way. And a wipe onto Vertus Pro. Team Peps, however, still need to make a good amount of progression as Vertus Pro over on this point a lead in the line thus far. And big expenditure when it comes to the ultimates.
66% currently for Vertus Pro. Team Peps just approaching 40 right now. Aura Stealer almost with that Cosmic Yard Amplifier for that extra damage boost and of course that bonus health. Leaf has been in the perfect position almost every time with these Omega Hurricanes. Culling Turret set up by time. Allow that catch up. 53 to 66 right now. As Fi pushing in quite deep. They're going to try and just roll them here with a fast push, with a massive blaster barrage and that extra bonus health. The Fi is starting to get a little bit isolated. Would love to try and dual leap as in comes that final judgment to push on in. But everyone is so split. The Eternal Bond is keeping everyone topped up.
So the Seduction trying to fall through, but Nevic's actually going down in the end. The hardest, he has been a hero for this team previously. It's another massive Eye of Agamotto that's coming from Finzi, and everybody's low enough on Team Peps that this is looking to be cleared up. So a fight changing up the point. 86% grabbed for Team Peps as the Eldritch Monument is going to shift to the somewhat more neutral yet high ground. And a portal play for Finzi, not willing to give up any space, getting information, looking to try and go for the counter-attack against Beetle.
Wanted to interrupt that portal. The Guardian Barriers giving him topped up. They get him! Preventing the portal came out just in time, though. Means that we do still allow Team Peps to make their way onto the point of visible boundary for that extra sustain to push on in. Second that expires, though. Galactic Legend will be coming out, but that's in Fi is able to stay up as it comes a Mega Hurricane. Immediate target focus, trying to take out the Storm, and they get it! That is huge! Sparker was taken out, but no Karmic Revival was available at the time anyway. It's Leaf and Sparker, the only people going down hardest. Also gonna be dropped in. Leaf swaps to Spider-Man to re-roll back in, to arrive back to the point. It's overtime for Vertus Pro, but Team Peps has shown they can fight on this point for a long time. Rocket coming up to their own Cosmic Yard Amplifier to try and help deal as Leaf rolls in from behind. Beautiful punch and taking out Ridro.
The trades there from Finzi, though, 99% overtime looming down, and we go to the third point. It's always Vertus Pro in these cinematic games. And it's the first map of the day, Tetra. We've still got plenty of this to go for. And Team Peps trying to do a little bit more damage. They were the first team ever to take a map off of Vertus Pro. They want to be the second team to maybe take a series off of them. But to be the team to first eliminate Vertus Pro from a tournament, granted it's the seeding stage, they'll be in playoffs next week. I think they'll take that, and that's what they're gunning for.
It would be a huge message to send to all the other teams in the playoffs. Currently, Leaf has 18 final hits with 18k damage applying. They have split these eliminations perfectly. They are on fire right now. Hardest has been setting up. You'll see that their KO count is actually a little bit lower, but that's because they are the one who's unleashing, trying to break these shields from the Everfrost, from the Doctor Strange, and allow Storm, once those defensive tools are gone, to just capitalize with Omega Hurricane. We even see a little bit of an opening from Aura Stealer with that extra bubble from the Jeff to give them a speed boost out, because this time they're not portaling. The cooldown burned earlier.
Wondering what ultimates are expecting to be online. 2 strategist ultimates for Vertus Pro available. Karmic Revival, so if this fight goes sour for Vertus Pro, they still have a chance to bring people back. And the Eye of Agamotto for Finzi, I mean, it's consistently connected onto 3 or 4, but down on the low ground, it is just contesting the point first. They feel that whoever's able to grab it is going to have the bigger advantage. And the final judgment coming through, not quite the same connection of the Eye of Agamotto as Finzi just flies on by. Team Peps trying to do the same. Saipei's the only one that's caught, but the follow-through off the final judgment is the key element. Psionic Seduction going to push things back as Saipei back in the battle of that team up with Adam Warlock. And Fi, it's really an even fight. Omega Hurricane alongside this invisible boundary up on the objective, trying to pull things back in favor of Peps. But Vertus Pro is still surviving. That's the aid of the composition, and the Karmic Revival is just going to keep these bodies coming back.
Another 2 pickups, but guess what? They're already returning. Great job by Drizzler, by the way, with that Dark Force teleport to get out of danger as they're trying to capitalize. In comes Finzi to try and wrap around to look for an angle. Fire with the Blast of Mirage as Leaf is getting zoned down aggressively here. And this time, the point hasn't even been captured yet, but Vertus Pro have been in control of this fight essentially from start to finish.
Now, yeah, Finzi looking to try and get another Eye of Agamotto, catching on to 3. It's more the fact that there's follow-up after these ultimates. We've seen so many good connections, but the strategist being able to keep people going, to keep them alive. Vertus Pro finally taking the point, like you mentioned, Tetra. It was a grueling fight in order to progress it first. But it's the fact that they're building up another Karmic Revival, 65% already for Spark, who is putting out a keen amount of damage for a strategist, but then the Galactic Legend and that Eternal Bond should just match.
Peps moving on to the solo Vanguard composition. Beetle, all the pressure is now on their shoulders as DRP has decided it's time for more damage. Mantis with that Inspire to try and melt through Vertus Pro to set themselves up. Omega Hurricane with damage boost. The Galactic Legend is targeting it. The healing is good. Eternal Bond is keeping everyone from Vertus Pro up. Finzi, the only one to fall as Leaf gets caught in the seduction and is cleaned out. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Vertus Pro as they're holding the line up to 60%. And Peps, they're once again delaying, but they can't really just afford to just thread in one at a time. They're going to get wiped, but on 69% now, Vertus Pro are controlling the location.
It also means that if we do see a switch over to the Doctor Strange for Portal play, Finzi is almost ahead of it, or seems to be every single time. Peps opting for it not at this point, as 80% has been hit for Vertus Pro. Camera Revival is the only ultimate they have right now. It's even really close to being available too. Meanwhile, Team Peps using a lot in that final fight, not quite having the same amount. Fi taken out, but he's going to be brought back with that team up with Adam Warlock, and he's able to actually get the trade over onto Leaf.
Another 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man Karmic Revival. Sparker is being the lifeblood of this team right now as Vertus Pro are holding it overtime. It's time for Peps to hit the buttons, but the heart is taken out through the final judgment. The damage output is relying on Leaf, who's on 95%, 97, but the strategists are getting dropped. There's no big ultimate to keep them up. Finzi and Nevix have fallen, and Leaf might just try and hold on to this, and it looks like they're going to get the flip.
I mean, Vertus Pro are going to be happy with this for the most part. They've got 2 ultimates available, and they're very close to having another 2. Portal play looking to be the go-to. Galactic Legend potentially looking to be set up on Fimsy, just trying to find a more cute position to start this engagement from. Unfortunately, they've lost side play beforehand, but they're going to be able to bring themselves back with the team up of Adam Warlock, I believe. So now it's just a case of trying to find a good fight here, as the invisible boundary is going to try and dictate exactly where this fight is starting from.
Here comes that Omega Hurricane. We called it earlier, but Galactic Legend is already set up. They're going to try and wait it out to delay as much as possible. That's going to be a 1-for-1. Sparker is taken down, but has that Cocoon to bring themselves back. There's the beautiful targeting by Fi. And game number 1, Vertus Pro, after a little bit of a shaky start, are locked in.
I sweat off the brow. I think Domination is the game mode where teams could do the most damage to Vertus Pro, at least historically. And it makes sense when you've got teams that are sort of so coordinated, the French-speaking Team Peps really synergizing and being on wave with each other consistently. It's more the fact that Vertus Pro, okay, the comps that we saw yesterday weren't really tested all that much. Here they were brought out in full swing, and we're starting to see exactly why they like that Adam Warlock. Multiple people being brought back with Karmic Revivals, consistently able to do a good amount of DPS as well. It really is just a Vertus Pro have found their footing here, and Team Peps looking good on that first part of the map, can't really move things across to do the same kind of damage on 2 and 3.
I want to see how many revives. I need to know. Someone in chat, please let me know, because Sparker was insane. They got 11 final hits just by themselves, just doing such a good job. Leaf was a dominant force for Team Peps, though. Very nearly able to clean up and solo push on through, and that is where we do start to see the weakness of someone like the Mantis and like that Cloak and Dagger, where if you're able to time them well, they have long ultimate charges, and they are a little bit squishier, can be crowd controlled. You are going to be in a situation where the Storm, if you can capitalize correctly, can really blow up everyone in the backline, and we saw that repeatedly with Leaf getting over 20 final hits that game.
Things at least looking good for Vertus Pro on this first map, which like we sort of mentioned, for everything in Ignite, every first map is going to be Domination. It's randomly decided by what I imagine is Ultron just behind the scenes being like, yeah, hell's heaven, let's go. But now Team Peps actually do get a choice of map, and well, they're very good at Convoy because they do like to play aggressive defensive lines by holding towards the spawn doors. It's something that Vertus Pro are very keenly aware of at this rate. So Team Peps do have a bit of a fight back, and at the very least, Tetra, we are seeing that disparity of Vertus Pro against the other teams at EMEA shrink to a minimal, a couple of team fights, as opposed to Vertus Pro being just so ahead of the teams in Europe. There's no point in scrimming them, we might as well scrim the Americans instead. Now that's certainly not the case.
the 2-1 in favor of Vertus Pro. Still quite wild that there was the one in there. A lot of people would have looked at these teams beforehand and would have said, okay, well, Vertus Pro will be in the finals. Team Peps might have been one of the teams eliminated. And Peps have proved everyone wrong. They have got this far and they are already giving Vertus Pro a run for their money. This is just game number 1. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to come back. Like you said, they like Convoy. They like these spawn traps. They like to siege in as best as they can. We'll see if that's where they go for. Will we be heading to Midtown, or will there be a different plan in mind for Team Peps? Find out after this short break.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명
So you remember when I said the Team Peps are likely to be taking us to a convoy map, Tetcher, because it's something that they were able to actually beat Vertus Pro on ever for the first time a couple of months ago? They decided, no, we are not doing that. I was going to do a French accent, but I think that's just too ridiculous. They are actually taking us to the convergence map of Clintar Symbiotic Showdown. So this is a map that went relatively well with them yesterday. It was a very back and forth battle that we saw. And they narrowly won it out, and mostly down to Hardest's Punisher yet again, right?
This is a map where the walking distance between the actual point and the initial spawn is long.
Yeah.
Picking something like the Rocket, where they've been getting those quick revives to prevent people from falling behind, is actually huge. The Punisher is insane here, like you mentioned, and Hardest is played so good on it yesterday to keep the position locked down. This is, if they're not going to go for like lock-ins on stuff like Midtown, a fantastic choice for Team Peps.
For Vertus Pro, it is making sure that everybody is a blip, everybody is a bad day. The rest of this group stage is going to go as swimmingly as possible, which I think for the teams in the other group they would benefit from, because it basically means, okay, if Vertus Pro managed to reverse sweep this group and end up coming out on top, you don't want to be the 4th seed coming in from Group A, because that's going to be your first opponent. The symbiotic service, really when it comes to the picks and bans, standard stuff. I think DRP showed a lot of promise over on the Emma Frost to begin with. It's somebody, as we saw like a bit of a console UI in the background, that has been exceptional over on Magneto, that it's been even a surprise that people at Alcatel let him play Magneto in the first place and didn't just ban it out straight away like Vertus Pro have here.
But this is something we are seeing with the EMEA teams really locking in on these Magneto bans compared to the other side where we've been on the Americas, where we've been seeing a little bit of Magneto let through in comparison to banning out the Emma. So it's interesting to see how that has swapped around. This time though, both teams will protect the Emma and will of course see that low-key ban out by Vertus Pro. So far, so standard.
I think for looking at Peps, really is now sticking to their guns of trying to take fire away from the Human Torch. It's a very good map for Human Torch. We even saw a little bit of that coming out from Leaf, who's going to be comfortable. And actually, instead of the save onto the Punisher, they're going to really protect the fact that they need Cloak and Dagger. They felt that the lack of the damage shred, I suppose, with the extra 40% on people hit by the Terror Cape, which is available every 12 seconds, and the duration of that debuff is 3 seconds, so 25% of the time they're taking 30% more damage. Seems pretty good numbers for me, I'd say, for the most part, as well as the Eternal Bond being one of the better sustained strategist ultimates to keep people going. And with no Magneto on either side, you don't have to worry about that Meteor M squishing you like a bug.
Yeah, you're really out of tools for dealing with that Cloak and Dagger. We will see an extremely late Lunar Band coming out in terms of stuff that can really try and snipe you out of the ultimate. The Iron Man is still available, but to do that, you have to play Iron Man into the Punisher meta, with Hela not being banned down at all because she's so far down the list, with the Soldier still being available. It's a potentially risky time. I do love seeing from Vertus Pro, though, the ban onto the Invisible Woman. You know Leaf can play the Torch. You know Leaf can play the Storm. Both flying characters who will really benefit from that Guardian barrier, which can help keep them sustained while in the air. So taking that away is at least targeting onto Leaf.
Means that Beetle has like less freedom, I suppose, or Nevix is going to be licking his lips a little bit more, that he doesn't have to worry about Frost Physics knocking him away with the Eye of Agamotto. Not that it made any difference last time, let's be honest. He was still connecting onto multiple people consistently. And with Magneto, it used to be a sort of bit of 50-50 between Magneto and Emma Frost, of like, which one are you going to ban out, which one are you going to try and get? Because getting them both is pretty much unheard of so far at this level of tournament. Portal play in action again. We saw a couple of people fall for this yesterday, and I do believe that DRP was potentially one of them, so hoping that he doesn't, you know, take a trip off the side of the map again.
You have to stop them from
Waiting
securing
to see
the
if it's a
mission
portal
area.
trap. Fi on Spider-Man here. There is that portal. Will they get the counter? Did they place it ever so offset? This is what a lot of teams do, is they'll place the portal just up to the side. They did not. Is there the counter? No counter on the portal at all, so immediately we see Vertus Pro take the advantage, getting Larry, but a counter from DRP, who seems later guided onto Saipei.
I think he got the Carbon Crusher over onto Saipei as well, who's going to be back. This is something that, you know, attrition is the name of the game. Maybe Vertus Pro get wiped at the heat death of the universe, but that's going to take quite some time, and there's only like 4 minutes to be able to protect the point too. The DRP trying to go in, Carbon Crush, seeing if he can grab onto those, but he's taking a huge amount of damage, and Finzi putting the final blow on top of it. Vi trying to chase down exactly where Leaf is going to be playing on this Human Torch, and this sort of Guardians comp went a bit out of fashion, has even taken a couple of evolvements and additions. Vertus Pro just going to run it everywhere, and you can see why.
The Star-Lord is still good, and they're receiving a buff coming up soon, live for
Yeah.
the real game. But for these players, it's going to be good news going into these playoffs, with a lot of the flyers like the Torch let through here. You look at what can deal with flyers. You, of course, have the Punisher, who can try and ping from a distance. You have Hela, who is a hit scan. You have the Torch, with the Soldier, who snipe people out the air. But then you look at Star-Lord. They have pretty solid range, but their melee, they have invulnerability frames, which they can easily blow people up with. trying to eliminate the BRB, not enough, so they have to run away from the Punisher here.
Well, we've seen this from Treedro before, just a super aggressive Eternal Bonds, and there's the Eye of Agamotto that's coming from Beetle that's got onto 3. No force physics available for Vertus Pro as it was banned out, really starting to show. And now Finzi is actually managing to turn things around, isn't on the character himself of Doctor Strange, in fact switching things around to allow Nevix a bit of a lore-accurate showing of Venom on Clintar.
Very cool. The Venom comes on in. Nevix used to be an insane player on people like Groot, on people like Hulk, and therefore seeing them on this Venom is very fun. Frenzied Arrival immediately into the pull, into the feast from the Abyss. They are committing, but Fi gets blown up here. Hardest who swapped onto that Star-Lord themselves gets continuously taken out, and with no Adam Warlock on the side of Team Peps, they are not coming back. Have to go right back to spawn.
Galactic Legend trying to cut across just as he was brought back with the Soul team up. He's able to get free. He's carving through Team Peps like they're just a fresh croissant, honestly. Vertus Pro really hot stepping their way to taking the second objective very quickly.
They are rushing this, and Team Peps, they still have that Strange, but they don't have the portal, because they use it for the counter to try and create a single extra hold. Finally, we will see Leaf swapping over off that torch onto the Adam Warlock of their own. They're just going straight for a copy. Give us your comp, Vertus Pro. We're going to try and beat you with it.
We're trying to come through. Sign of Seduction in this tunnel is going to pull a lot of people from Vertus Pro into a precarious spot. Do you see the Soul Resurgence used from Aura Stealer to just keep people going for the time being? The Galactic Legend is going to switch around. Hardest going on to the character himself, but it's Sparker, actually, the strategist, that's the one that's just finding these final blows to get Vertus Pro still trucking along.
Vertus Pro aren't slowing down. This is the Vertus Pro we expected to see coming into Ignite. They are rushing in right now, keeping the pressure on. DRP on this Venom is trying to create distractions, as again, they're just copying Vertus Pro to try and match their compositional style to keep pressure on. Here comes that Galactic Legend from Fi, just dodging the sleep attempt, coming in from Aura Sealer from downtown in the air. I appreciate the ambition, but the extra healing is going to make sure that they don't get any pickups. They have to dive in once Larry's extra Eternal Bond has expired.
There's a lot of damage that he did, actually. It forced out the early ultimate of the Eternal Bond. Now Leaf with the Karmic Revival goes down before he can even use it. So this fight is more the tempo that's been set up from Vertus Pro as the Karmic Revival's gone through. Sure, Fi gets taken out, but he's going to be brought back with the Adam Warlock ultimate. And really, it's just who's got these cooldowns available, whose soul is going to return to the battle fastest, and often more than not, it's Vertus Pro that lead in the line on that.
By keeping the pressure onto the backline, going in with the Venom Blaster Mirage in the doorway. Nevix and Sparker get the pickup, but Fi, the damage output is working beautifully, and there's that finish line. Clean is the best way we can describe that. Wonderful play by Vertus Pro.
What's ridiculous is that we've seen faster times done on other Convergence maps, like Halls of Dajalia earlier, but that's still exceptional. Finishing the map full stop for Vertus Pro is hard enough. Team Peps have to manage it and match it. Whether they get even close to the time that's set, it's going to require a lot of these like resets. And I really like Nevix pulling out the Venom, especially when you have the Vanguard still feeling relatively strong. Yeah, the Thing is certainly a lot worse meta-wise than it was previous, and for people are still adjusting to the new changes that have come in. But for the likes of like Captain America, Venom, even Penny Parker, for all things, they still find value when they're used in the right places. And Vertus Pro, one thing that we can say from their scrim books, if they are losing a lot of scrims, you can put it down to the fact that Vertus Pro are also trying out a lot of different stuff. And the Venom alongside this comp seems to be something that clearly they've noted down and want to use a little bit more.
We've been seeing a lot of people play the Captain America for AMER in particular, whereas other regions will kind of lock in on the Venom, and it seems that Vertus Pro have decided that the other regions might have a point and have been moving over to the Venom a bit more themselves, and a lot of that is going to be due to this frenzied arrival. Pulling people inwards when you dive means they're all grouped up for Blaster Barrage. Combining that with the Star-Lord, you have a pretty reasonable time for setting up some quick bursts.
Got it?
Just very good to isolate some of these targets, because if you're playing this sort of, I was going to say triple support, but that is actually strategist has been moved over to be something a little bit more standard. Everybody has to stay relatively grouped up, or you're going to have a Venom diving on top of you and isolating you from the rest of your team. Auto play from Peps, looking to try to take the objective quick enough. And Leaf over on the Storm has had some inspired performances over on that first map of Hell's Heaven, and Hardest actually finding the first elimination so far on his side.
What a roll out there from Hardest on the second engagement, gets punished, running into two people. Fi picks up the elimination, and Sipper will be brought back with their own rejuvenating cocoon. And right now, Team Peps, it was an aggressive rollout, but Vertus Pro, they were able to back out quickly. Leaf snipes Fi, though, and that could be the opportunity for Peps to move in if they can get the second pickup onto Saipet or Fi. Fincy will also do. There's no revives there either.
Oh wow, look at everybody just coming back. It's clean from Fi. That just, the combo is just cutting through people. And this was a side that Team Peps took off the Human Torch just to stop Fi being able to play on it. And he's just like, doesn't matter. I've got so many other characters that I can pick up and play. Another side of it as well, I guess, with a Venom is like, Venom seems to be a really good character to synergize with Soul Bond. Because you do have that extra, like, he is just impossible to eliminate, right? Like, he's sharing out that damage that he's taking. He can obviously give himself that resilience as well if he's down low on HP. It's going to be hard to take him down, and the Feast of the Abyss is available. Soul Resurgence is going to boost up the damage available if he wants to try and go for that fight, but Hardest is the one with the final judgment that's going to force things back. It's going to force out that second strategist ultimate from Tridro with that Eternal Bond, and in comes the Feast of the Abyss. It's going to try and look and hunt for a target, but Team Peps all surviving, but no progression made on the point.
Larry's able to take out Cyber, but now they're very much in the backline. Here comes Fi on the flank, trying to capitalize onto that Psionic Seduction. It's going to be a triple. It might be a quad as they push on into the back of Doctor Strange with 1 minute and 47 seconds left. Sparker gets some eliminations and gets the revive onto Nevix. This is Vertus Pro. They have yet to give up even a third of this point right now, and Team Peps are running out of time.
It's a statement, and it has been so far this week for Vertus Pro. Now, the ultimate's looming, at least when you look at the Silent Seduction for Finzi, but outside of that, not too much. High Vagamoto for Beetle, less to try and block you and get in the way. And Nevix trying to jump into the backline as the Omega Hurricanes come through. Hardest again, finding first pick. It's likely to be just brought back instantly, and the trade is there. To be her back, actually, that's going to be the thing that sort of brings back Hardest too. So this fight ongoing, time being bought, a minute left on the clock, Tetcher, and Peps pretty much need to clear the whole objective.
Psycho will be going in with that Soul Rejuvenation to try and capitalize. Aura Stealers, no damage bonus, but they're a player down. Beetle gets taken out, and that Cosmic Art Amplifier gets wiped off the board. Here comes the damage output from Hardest to try and make something happen. They got Fi, but Fi's back. They try to get onto that Emma Frost, but they can't do enough damage to finish them off thanks to the extra healing from Dridro. This is just Vertus Pro vintage here as they hold the control with 30 seconds left. Team Peps, they're going to try and go with the Eye of Agamotto, even though they're down members, to try and create a stagger, and that will be a full... No, it's still a cocoon onto Cyber. Sparker's even got the cocoon and Karmic Revival. Everything Team Peps is doing right now can be undone.
At a revival, Sparker's been brought back by his own classic part of it, but Beetle's just going to make sure, like, sit down, son, we need to get this objective rolling along. Fine now with a Galactic Legend, taking a huge chunk out of the shield and of the body of Beetle, and even the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier can't really do all that much. Vertus Pro looking to hold on out as overtime is just dipping out. Vertus Pro showing the Team Peps, you might have taken a map before, you are getting absolutely zilch today. Take this sort of losers bracket game clean 2-0.
Team Peps, we will not be saying goodbye to them. Remember, these teams are already qualified for playoffs, but Vertus Pro sending the message that just because they are down, they are not out, showing that there was no shakes, there was no kind of like getting rattled after that first time they lost a series. It just happens sometimes, and they are showing that they are back on form after a little bit of a incredible start from Team Peps. Vertus Pro locked in and were able to, quite frankly, dominate that second map.
Yeah, I think one of the things about it too is, like, with Hardest, we saw right at the start, we had some lovely highlights shown by production from yesterday's games from Hardest against Alcatia. every final judgment seemed to result in a 3K or a 4K. How many final judgments did we see here that Vertus Pro survived through? And if it did get a pick, how many of those picks just returned near enough instantly off of the back of the team up or the Kamet revival? Hardest couldn't get anything going this game.
Legitimately, they just could not find any momentum. They'd get a pickup, then they'd just get brought back. They'd get Cypher, their Cocoon, they'd get Sparker, they'd get Cocoon. And on the very odd occasion, they actually finish off Nevix through that Symbiotic Resilience, through that Soul Bond from Adam Warlock. Well, guess what? Karmic Revival's off cooldown, time for them to return. In the meantime, Fi is running through your backline, picking up everyone they need, and just playing incredibly. Fi again has only really played 2 heroes this entire season of Ignite so far, but so far, that's all they need.
It works so far. Yeah, Team Pep's not playing for the rest of this week. We'll see them back again for playoffs, so you're not going to miss out too much if you're a fan of the French squad. And at least they can sort of like, okay, we actually have a really good like VOD to look at exactly what Vertus Pro did here. How do we sort of copy it? How do we try to push on further on, I suppose, in this tournament and evolve things? And to Vertus Pro's credit, that's something that I admired with what they've been putting out here, that they didn't just take what Rads used against them last week. They sort of took some of the elements like the triple support and a lot more focus over onto the strategist of Cloak and Dagger, but then able to sort of bring out the likes of Adam Warlock and be able to use a lot of that team up strength that realistically has kept Vertus Pro in a lot of these fights, and it's really hard to get anything going when they're so good at stalling objectives.
Dridro moving over to this Cloak you mentioned is the trick that was used against them that they seem to struggle a bit against. Simple adaptations like that to get that Terracate bonus damage in to allow Fi to capitalize, and just with that much extra pressure on the front line, Sparker's just hanging out. They are literally pinging away with the Cosmic Clusters anytime anyone's on the way, and then using that Quantum Magic to just maximize damage output with that hit scan that Adam Warlock actually is, including against the Storm, while Leaf was insane. I can't wait to see them in the playoffs. They were being targeted a fair amount by Sparker.
Yeah, I mean, Sparker's been exceptional on a majority of characters that he's ended up playing, but seeing him move over to the Adam Warlock, which we've sort of seen from the early points, that right click can just burst somebody down, pretty much down to 0 HP within a second. That Spark is able to still put out a crazy amount of damage output, despite the fact that he's not on that duelist role as much and as often. And with the series yesterday, I don't think he had to use Kamet Revival once, because I think there was maybe 4 eliminations against Vertus Pro total. Here, it was a little bit more strenuous, but we have got an interview. We've got Nevix coming in as well. So we do have sort of spoken to you a couple of times at this rate, Nevix, over in these tournaments. I do want to ask about the Venom in that final map. You're a team that have tried to sort of evolve what the meta has currently been. I know that you experiment a lot with various different compositions. Without sort of giving away too much, like, why did you sort of pick up the Venom? Because it seemed to be a really good, like, divey pick, but for people that aren't familiar with the character as much, why was he good in this matchup?
So Venom, he's like a really explosive dive tank compared to like Captain America and Hulk. And he also lives quite well compared to the other dive tanks. So like in this matchup where you have Adam, Star-Lord, like very explosive characters with Link, etc., you need that extra punch when you go. And you also slow down the enemy team and knock them up. So like it's a really good engage tool. So that's kind of where he fits.
So you guys have been, like you said, running it with this Star-Lord, with this Adam Warlock a fair amount. In fact, so far, I believe Fi has only played Star-Lord and Torch, but a lot of people are still focusing on banning out the Torch. Is that okay with you? I know you guys have more in the tank, like behind the scenes, but this focus in terms of bans, how's that working for you?
Yeah, the Torch ban is interesting because they're really targeting Fi, but he's like very flexible DPS. So it doesn't really bother us too much, but Fi's Torch is very good, so like it shows a lot of respect to us, I guess, when they ban him. Even in this like triple support ban meta, they still went with our DPSs because that's what scares them the most, I guess. But today I feel like our team play like shine through compared to theirs.
Yeah, I mean, it took a lot of team play on that first Domination map. It was like the first couple of points at the very least, like Peps were really giving it to you in a couple of those fights. I know from speaking, I think, to Fi about like the Rad loss, he said that you made a lot of individual mistakes as a team on that first Domination map. Like, did that feel, it's chaotic, obviously, but did that feel a lot better today? Like, just being able to tighten up some of the gameplay, and like, what elements, I suppose, do you look at? Again, you don't need to reveal too much, but I'm just curious on like, when you're a team that's at the top for so long, you have to almost be a little bit nitpicky to find some of the issues that you have, right?
So I think in the match we lost, we had a little bit. We were not really sure about the meta, like where it was going, where it fitted us. So we were on like Punisher, Groot, a very static comp that doesn't have too much solo playmaking. It's a lot about using our ults correctly and not that much clutch play. So, and I felt like we got a little bit nervous and got carried away that we had to rush things, and that kind of led to the loss. But today I feel like people were more relaxed, more confident that they can carry themselves, so to speak. So I feel like this vibe suited us way better.
And like you said, you haven't had to rush things now as you are moving on in the bracket. You obviously are already qualified for the playoffs, and now it's just about where you place. Who would you like to play against? Who would you like? Would you like revenge against Rad? Where would you like to end up in the playoff bracket?
I mean, I want to go all the way. I want to beat Red again to prove that it was just a fluke that one time, and that happens. Like we won so many games that at some point we're gonna make some mistakes, not read the meta well, and drop one. But I think we'll come back stronger now, and we want revenge.
I mean, yeah, it's been like, I guess with all of the experience that you've had as well, it does feel a little bit like after you lost that series, there was like, it's the end for Vertus Pro, right? Like the golden age is over, right? Like, honestly, has it been a little bit frustrating where it's a little bit like you literally just lost your first series in almost a year of playing Marvel Rivals, right? And everybody's just going haywire. Like, is it something that's just in the back of your mind, or you're just like, we just go next, literally, we can only keep going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks because before everyone's like, wait, they're unstoppable. But now there's that splinter, you know, or like people is like, oh, we can crack them. They're not that good actually. So we lost that mentality, or like what people thought about us. But now like we need to build that back. Like we need to repair whatever happened to us.
Yeah,
you go away and get prepared. Thank you very much for joining us, Nevix. Congratulations on your win, and we will certainly, as you move on in the bracket, see you later.
All right, thank you, guys.
Petra, do you think that there's more people, like, it's almost like praying for Vertus Pro's downfall, almost, really? Like, it almost feels that after that loss that they've had to bounce back quite a lot, is kind of how it feels. But it's nice to see that Nevix is just like, no, we just got to prove that we're back on top. And I think with the results since that series loss, it has looked that you can't dispute it, honestly.
When you're at the top, everyone is praying for your downfall. There's going to be a lot of expectations. As I mentioned earlier, heavy is the head that wears the crown. But you know what could be heavy? Your inbox in Marvel Rivals. Because while watching this, if you have linked your Rivals account, we have the drops available for you. Starting yesterday, you can get the Magic Will of Galacta spray, the nameplate, the Echoes of Limbo emote, and of course, that gorgeous Will of Galacta costume. We've seen a little bit of magic creeping in every now and again in our earlier rounds, and of course there's always more opportunities when we begin heading into these later playoff games and those international games coming up after.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff in the future for sure. I was saying it was 8 hours to watch before you get the skin, so it's 6 hours, so it's even better deal than I've been saying. But if you're still like, you know, getting the first couple of ones, we still have plenty of games to go over. More that are going to be exciting like this last one that we saw. So don't go anywhere. More EMEA Ignite action is coming up very soon.
Look who just showed up.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 땐 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨결 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨결 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면
I hope you've all brought your briefcases because it is time for All Business versus Low 9. That is our second series of the day here in the lower bracket of Marvel Rivals Ignite for EMEA.
Yeah, and I think it's nice to see All Business sort of truck along here. We've got sort of the old versus the new a little bit. All Business invited to this tournament because of a third place finish in the championship versus L9, which have been around the block, to say the very least. They were basically one of the latter signups, right, to just put a team together for the second open qualifiers for this event. And they are the only team, Low 9, to actually make it that went 0-1 first. They managed to go through that grueling lower bracket to end up in a qualifying position for playoffs. Now it's a case of doing as much damage as possible, frankly, and honestly, if Vertus Pro are on the trajectory that they're on, it's basically who's going to play Vertus Pro first in playoffs that they're trying to avoid here for these two teams.
Let's talk about some heroes that we're definitely going to be seeing in these games, because there have been two heroes thanks to this advanced drafting stage, including that we saw in this previous matchup, that have changed how the meta works, and that is the Cloak and Dagger and the Mantis. While we talk about how Lunar Snow has been dominant, how the Loki has been a big protector for the backline, because they are always banned out, we start to look elsewhere. We look at that Cloak and Dagger you were mentioning with that Eternal Bonds. We look at the Mantis, Soul Rejuvenation. They are solid, but they are a little bit outclassed by, say, for example, a Fate of Both Worlds. But then you look at the rest of their toolkits. Terra Cape, giving a 28% vulnerability, buffed a couple patches ago for 3 seconds, and Mantis giving a 12% damage boost up to a maximum of 16 seconds depending on these life forms. These, combined with heroes like Human Torch, like Storm, and like Punisher, have been game-changing for the meta of being able to burst through some of these other strategist ultimates.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus, especially from Moxie, who I was casting with yesterday, of just how much you can pocket your duelist characters, effectively giving them all the resources. You want to have the mag bulwarks to be able to block some of the incoming damage, the barriers that you would get from Invisible Woman, the Idol Aura from Lunar Snow. It's basically just, oh, we love you, duelist player, win the game for us, and they're like, okay, I'll do my best. But for here, I think it is literally the case for both of these teams with the lineups that we have. For All Business, we're a little bit more familiar with them going into the championship. They were a little bit of an unknown in this game as they've sort of built up a name for themselves. And you're looking at Tuzi, and for Tuzi especially, he has got a lot of the support, the sustenance, just the resources that are available to All Business have been funneled into Tuzi, and Tuzi basically destroys everybody else. So he's certainly the player to be watching, but also I do want to put an asterisk onto Zenost as well, because he, as you're sort of seeing in the top left hand side of your screen, actually put priority on picking and saving the Loki. And the funny thing about this series is not only is it a rematch from the first series of games that we saw in this group, but also both these teams put a lot of stock onto getting Loki available in game for them, and it's one of the reasons why they're here so far in this tournament.
Both these teams like their little bit of an aggressive tank. When we look at some of the other players, Toot Toot is an insane Venom player. Even though their favorite character is actually Magneto, it's just that their other Vanguard player in the form of Welsh Mania ends up playing the AMER fairly often, which does take it away from them. But if you look on the other side, Saint Amoto is going to be the Vanguard, who is also an absolute Venom merchant, as well as a Captain America merchant. Relentless attack is how we see Low 9 play a lot of the time, with Psylocke, Torch, Ultron even from time to time. They dropped a actual Firestorm in-game with a solo Vanguard composition where their usual Doctor Strange player of Wolver played Storm. This team is so flexible and so hard to draft against.
I mean, certainly that Vanguard frontline Seidzamoto, who usually wants to be on the Captain America, much like Welsh Mania, can make a lot of stuff happen with it, but Wolver actually make it a lot work with the group. And you saw a little bit in the screen over in the top left now, yet again, Gonski on the Loki, and this third map against Schmungus was a real, like, battle, I suppose. They did drop, like, some early pressure up against Schmungus that had a really good showing on the Domination map, but since then, it feels that they kind of composed themselves nicely, had some really good team fights, and so these solid defenses over on those other two game modes. But I do think it was the fact that they got Gonski on that Loki that really helped them out with a lot of sustenance with the stealing of strategist ultimates to keep things going, to keep that sustain up, and also to just be really annoying for any characters to dive on, like Necros tried to on the Savage Mungus.
These are also some of the teams that were the first to start protecting Cloak and Dagger early, as opposed to leaving it to the last, where it sort of traditionally found its spot to give that extra damage output. You mentioned against Shmungus, they've been doing very well with the Loki, but that has just leapt up in terms of actual times banned out. The question is, if both these teams do play it and like to run it, maybe an unofficial gentleman's agreement where they just play the game of bad chicken to see if anyone lets that God of Mischief through.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to see, because now with this advanced draft stage that we've only had in these tournaments since last week, teams are naturally still learning to deal with it, whether it's in scrims, whether it's even like, they might even practice amongst each other. That's what teams might do in other games, right? Of just kind of doing mock drafts to see exactly what directions you can take things in. But All Business first banning out the Captain America is something that they were doing before, but I do like the way that they adjust around it, because they're still able to remove one of the major vanguards, the Magneto or the Emma Frost. So this is something that All Business have done in the past so far, but it also does make sense when you're going up against Satamoto. They did it in the series that they played last, back when these two teams were 0-0.
Low 9, Wolver. Banner and Picker here. They've missed their first pick. First ban.
OGC.
Someone call Wolver.
Surely something's gone wrong there. Has Wolver, because he's in the lead, has he like DC'd? Is this something that gets done again?
I don't
OGC, they're like, okay, it's not just us. It's not just us.
Yeah.
I don't know if Wolver's just here, because there have been a couple of teams that have like maybe crashed on the way in, so this might be it's a
birthday,
odd predicament. There's no way that he missed it because he's like, it's his birthday of all things. He's just like, everybody, there's like 5 people in his background being like, happy birthday to you. And he's like, please, not now. No, please, I'm trying to draft. No, they are back. But, okay, so OGC, again, sat thinking, okay, we didn't mess up this badly to miss the first pick and the first ban. What on earth happened?
Well, this is their time to try and make that recovery as they have returned. This has allowed All Business to grab the #1 priority hero in EMEA right now. Magneto is on the board, but Low 9, they return in time for the Psylocke to get moved. If they can't really deal with a front line or a back line because it's being prioritized now, they choose a different target. With limited options, you pick one, and they have decided that Tuzi is going to be the person to get banned out. If you look at their picks, they have played Psylocke, Torch, and Punisher, and they have just removed 2 of those 3. And All Business, they let a ban go as well.
What's going on?
Priority.
Is there some mind games that are happening here? You said a gentleman's agreement. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll maybe. Okay, so one player did crash during the draft. That's like confirmation. It's gonna sort of go as is. So I wonder if that is a little bit of like almost sportsmanship from All Business of like, okay, we'll miss a ban too, because these are important games, but both teams have qualified to playoffs. So regardless of who we get in the interviews later on, that's question number 1. Because if All Business have messed up as well, that's just funny. But if they're actually like giving this up and they're like, no, we want to like, you know, it's fine, then credit to them. I guess we're gonna have to see though. That's a first, to say the least.
We assume best intent until told otherwise. We're going to assume that they are All Business in name, but all manners in life here, as we see that Loki as the final
Pick your
protect
hero.
for Low
Or
9,
villain.
giving themselves a
I'm
little
not
backline
judging.
protection, and they just banned every single character that Tuzi has shown so
Yeah. Oh my
Like I
god.
said, if you can't try and zone out the strategists, if you don't have enough of actual ban slots left to try and ban out a Vanguard, or to at least try and gain some Vanguard control, you pick one person and you say, this is a threat, let's do what we can with what we have. It's just managing resources. Yes, it's unfortunate that they didn't get that ban pick, but they are capitalizing and making the most of what they have.
All right, all of the people that are co-streaming the watch party and all you beautiful people you can also get drops from as well, talking to you specifically, you now have to, with that draft, explain why they've gone that direction, as if it was a legitimate thing. That's your challenge.
The Carl's challenge.
Yeah, other than like 2Z, don't give LeBron the ball. Make sure that he doesn't get like his main characters, but I'm sure that 2Z will be fine to play on whatever in this case. But yeah, for both sides, you don't really have. We were talking so much about like the meta evolving. I think this has hit its like apex. I don't think we get any crazier than this. But it is domination. Anything could happen in this rate. And both these teams qualifying already want to see how far they can push it, or at the very least get a few more reps. Luna Snow is going to be available for closer, and 2Z over on the Star-Lord.
First Star-Lord we have seen them play so far, but without an Adam Warlock or a Mantis leading with that Lunar Snow. They just try and keep them topped up with that Snowball. Low 9 though, they've still got a lot of the tools that they love to play here. Gonski's on that Loki, we talked about it, it's snuck on through, same for Snos. We have Wolver playing the Emma, they're insane on it, Satamoto on Venom. These are all heroes, they like Jerky on Psylocke, an insane matchup earlier, and we do see the Frenzied Arrival trying to punish this high ground positioning. Lovely lockdown onto Satamoto, who does get that symbolic resilience off, and is able to retreat back to their team, but with Star-Lord continuously applying the pressure.
Yeah, Satamoto trying to copy a little bit of what Nevix was able to do before with the dive, but when you're up against the Loki, having the Loki and the Lunar Snow available for all business seems to be like, how long has it been since we've seen that? And then also the Magneta and the Emma Frost, like these are just comps that you don't get to see anymore, so it's a bit of a breath of fresh air. We do see the copy, the God of Mischief getting that Fate of Both Worlds, and it's rolling back the months again to the Invitational Tetcher, with both these teams sustaining themselves out and going for this fight.
On their favourite character here, according to their own notes, as in comes the Kraken Impact, also something familiar to the previous Invitationals and MRCs. There's Loki clones, here comes Winter Soldier, as Slowpoke able to capitalise and push back the members of Low 9, but Low 9 are still able to be holding relatively okay so far, as All Business have only just grabbed the point, they're up to 17%.
It was All Business that I think actually lost the first map in this series on Domination before against Low 9. I'll have to check my notes, but obviously on the other game modes able to bring things back. Jareki has been somebody that Low 9 can rely on when it's a bit of a pinch. He's trying to push back 2Z away from this upper high ground, but you also have to look a little bit at Crisis. No Punisher available obviously, so it has to be on the Hela. The Goddess of Death is good to go, but it's trying to find a good position, and the Silent Seduction actually coming in from Low 9 might be the main thing to come through. Meteor M available for 2-2. Not able to get an elimination, but it's keeping Low 9 away from this point as it ticks up in favor of All Business.
All Business taking control. You mentioned it and you were correct. Low 9 did win that first matchup versus All Business. All Business have yet to score a map in any series they have lost, whereas Low 9 have yet to lose a series or even win a series without at least dropping and taking one map. They are such a consistent team, always taking everyone to the limit. But right now, this is a rough position to be in, but they're making the most of it. Pushing it on in, trying to chase them back, keep that Venom topped up, trying to focus onto the Magneto. Thin Clone pushing on in, looking for that Fate of Both Worlds, is in from the top rope. Silent Seduction is taken down by Jerky.
It's taken everything. The kitchen sink, 4 ultimates thrown in for Low 9, and they still haven't quite got the point. Now they've managed to clear it, but All Business getting to 90%. They're going to be happy. There's some ultimates that they still want to build up, notably the strategist ones, that combination of the Loki and the Luna. But Slowpoke switching over towards that Bucky. We'll have the Kraken Impact fairly soon. And it's who's going to be able to get these strategist ultimates online first.
It's 91% for All Business. Low 9 have claimed the point, but like you mentioned, they burned through so many reasons to do it as Crisis gets sniped by the man cannon into the main and auto attacks from Doom, who is popping off on this Magneto. It's so rare we get to see it, and they are making the most of it. Here comes the Kraken Impact from Slowpoke to try and take out these high grounds, takes out Gonski onto the Strange that was swapped in for a little bit of reinforcement, but they are being burst down. Wolver falls. Jerky was able to sneak away, trying to get the duel without getting picked off and sent into that final hit mode from that Kraken Impact to give a reset, and will be able to draw this out, but does eventually get taken down by 2Z.
Low 9 not looking to be able to contest at all. All Business, it felt like they just did enough progression and enough damage early on to make that work. And honestly, it is just a bit of a nostalgia trip, I feel like, which, considering the game has not even been out a year, feels crazy to say. People are going to be catching up on and be like, wait, no, this can't be right. Like, we're seeing the Lunar Snow and the Loki both available. Basically, the main characters that are all banned out in the advanced stage are available in play here for both sides.
Get ready.
That's the crazy thing.
You look at this draft, if you didn't see AMER, you absolutely would be like, wait a second, this looks familiar. What's going on?
This is season 1. What is this?
Hey, Blade has woken. Oh, well, it's the wrong map for Blade, but we do still have the lovely Black Panther having a nap. While they don't make an appearance in the game, they do make an appearance in our hearts always. As we're seeing the rollout on the second point here, can Lo9 utilize this draft to try and bring it back with that Venom pressure that they've been attempting to apply onto the backline with the help of Jerky?
Oh, look at our business though. Not only were they able to cap the first point, but they have 3 major ultimates good to go for this first engagement. When it comes to looking at what Pinklow and Gonski have available, not too far away, at least over halfway for both of these strategist ultimates to keep people up. But Znost going down first actually is a great shot from Crisis. Might turn things in favor from Lo9.
Crisis is an incredible hit scan player, has been doing so much work on the Punisher recently, now finally being forced onto this Hela. Wolver taking a lot of damage as Fate of Both Worlds is going to be dropped by Gonski with that God of Mischief immediately backed by Closar as they're attempting to push on back Lo9 to the ones playing aggressively, but that's going to allow the Meteor M to take out Crisis. Sadamoto though gets closer on the backline, forcing Znost to also drop the God of Mischief.
And the fight held on so far. Aggression at a neutral stage. Somebody needs to cap the point first, but it's looking like all business, despite having that first elimination against them, have enough about them. It's more the fact that Pinklow didn't get to use the Fate of Both Worlds on their side as well to keep that fight going along. The Lo9 having plenty to work with ultimates-wise. And Jarecki, I'm really looking at him to just find that opening. It's going to be hard, but he has to be the initiator here.
It's such a rough situation to be in because, as you mentioned earlier, that Loki being in play is so good against backline. Dive Crisis gets sniped by Tututut as they are trying to get onto these backlines. Loki Regeneration Domain can shut it down. Jerky and Satamoto, though, another pickup by Tututut, pushing it onto all these damage dealers, playing just incredibly aggressive on the Vanguard Magneto to create these openings, and they are zoning out Lo9 right now.
They're so good at playing at like that effective range where the splash damage can just be annoying. Saturday Seduction trying to punish just how far these players from All Business are pushed up, but it's going to be used on the other side. Fate Both Worlds just coming out beforehand. You can see that there's a couple of players that have been pulled in with the commands of the Emma Frost. The Garmin Crush not going to be catching anybody, just a bit of CC. There's way too much healing on the board so far, up until All Business, and yet again it's that Vanguard lineup that finds the burst damage, finds the pick. That duo is deadly, it's irritating, it's annoying. You even have the team up that's going to come in to just add these extra clones to make things incredibly frustrating for All Business, but it's the same as the last point texture. Lo9 looking to pick up things now, but there's so much progression on the side of All Business, they're not too upset about it.
Crisis with the turnaround there, first to go down to the fight, first to return, and was able to capitalize on weaker opponents. They're going to try and go for a forward hold, but they are the one who is out alone, away from their team here, getting topped up by the Loki. Looking for anyone out of position, they could try and go for a Soul Siphon to lock someone down here and get a pickup. Lo9, they have to defend further forward here because they can't afford to give up the distance. Regeneration Domain coming in a little early here as All Business are pushing up, making the most of that early defensive ability being burned.
Oh, Signamoto wanted to just dive on in. The Fate of Both Worlds forced out early, but I guess it means that if you can sustain this fight, you can catch them afterwards. The God of Mischief's out, so there's plenty more dancing to be done. Bit of a celebration, and the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be the nightcap to put this one to bed. Maybe the encore song for All Business as they're looking to pull things back into their favor. The Sound of Seduction just keeping things quiet now, as All Business likely to at least take this up to 99%, especially if they can catch Saint Tomoto, who's trying to disengage and reset as quick as possible. Now it's whether L9 could go for the contest. Wolver swapping over to the Doctor Strange, so the portal play is going to be the action here. Knockbacks are going to make it a bit more precarious to jump in onto the point, but they activate overtime.
We're playing very slow there to make sure that Saitamato could return as they swap over to the Ember Frost. Goddess of Death from both sides, but the Strange is in position. Wolver giving everything they can to try and buy some time for their team, and currently, low 9 Crisis finding at least a couple early pickups. Tries to go for the duel onto Tuzi, but they have an extreme numbers advantage. Low 9 take yet another fight, but they burned everything in order to do that, but so did All Business.
All Business having some time to work up towards it. That's why Crisis is playing such a high line. Can just catch a couple of nice shots, and All Business aren't necessarily paying attention. Somebody could get reset very quickly. Goddess of Death not going to be something that's going to farm up particularly fast, but whether some extra healing can come in, can get Konski up to having a God of Mischief. The siblings connecting nicely. And Jarecki, he's been very good at finding these picks. Dance of the Butterfly was very effective. Doesn't have it available just yet, but Slowpo is the one that finds that first pick in this fight.
And here comes Turkey into the backline. They can take out Loki early, forces the regeneration domain that removes a lot of sustain. Kraken Impact was burnt, found no reset. Crisis the first to go down, quickly swaps to the Star-Lord for the quick re-engage, but Jerky sniped by the Media M. Ayamoto, but that extra Fate of Both Worlds tried to keep them up. Slowpo will fall here. They're capitalizing. Welsh Mania pushing on in at low 9. That overtime is ticking down while they have control, but All Business is going to try and reinforce. Crisis gets 2-2 after the fast roll out with that Star-Lord, and this is low 9 starting to recover. Fate of Both Worlds though from closer is going to delay this. There are no main strategist ultimates left available. Pinkload is the closest on 89, 91. The Galactic Legend is already charged.
Well, Crisis frozen for a second with Jarecki. Now this is where they start to come alive, and it might be enough to get low 9 over the point. The objective is in their favor, but overtime is being held down by All Business that are doing their best to just keep going, to just keep bodies on the line. There's 2 left now, and they're being very irritating and annoying, and it might be enough for Crisis to find the clearance, and he does. Really, we're seeing the Domination games go the full distance, and a third mapper required here yet again. It was low 9 that picked up this map the first time that these two teams met. They really need, I think, honestly, really be needing to pick up this one if they want to get the win.
Low 9 with the recovery there. Crisis, the swap onto Star-Lord to reinforce quickly. Wolver with the slow jump on. It's if you touch the point within a couple seconds of the timer ending is how you activate the overtime. You don't actually have to be standing on it the second that timer hits 0. So Wolver dived in, took a load of damage, and then dived out for the quick map heal from their own spawn to allow their team to make their way in once Saitamato respawns and turn that round. While Toot has 11 final hits of their own, most of which have been with just regular attacks as opposed to Meteor M's, but they have found a couple. This is where low 9 love to fight. They love these quick backline blow-ups and the ability to roll out fast. A lot of that, we did see a rework onto Jeff, obviously, but Jerky could have been doing that back in the day as they used to be one of those big backline Jeff players.
Really, the main narrative of this map is Tuzi was hit hard with the bans that were taken out. Can he still find the same success here when he doesn't have the Psylocke, when he doesn't have the torch? A lot of Mischief is going to be used, but the ultimate not necessarily dedicated all just yet. Jarecki, though, with that little bit of resource added on top of him, it means that this fight is going to lean in their direction. The Eye of Agamotto catching on to 2, but the Maelstrom catching up the breakpoint, making sure that the support ultimate, the Fate of Both Worlds, isn't able to keep people alive. Wolf has done terrific work there, and low 9 take the point first.
Wolver is so cracked. They are absolutely insane. The Eye of Agamottos, they always make sure they're fully charged on that Maelstrom of Madness, and we've yet to see an ultimate where they haven't got at least 1 KO, and in that time they found 2 and then followed it up with another 2 later. Soul Siphon coming on out from right now low 9, who hold the defensive position, and this time have been able to cap the point first and are ticking up.
Popo as the Kraken's impact in hand, and this is a good amount of damage, really forcing out that regeneration domain early and up on the stairs. Everybody's been pulled in. The psionic seduction doing the Lord's work as the Meteor M finding nothing this time, however, for 2-2. Psionic seduction going to be used on the other side, but Tuzi being able to get into that Goddess of Death just beforehand. More pot shots than anything, forcing everybody into this backline, and you just saw Welshmania dive in from distance, clearing people out, and a lot of pressure and point has been put in onto Jarecki. The Dance of the Butterflies finding one before Slowpoke sends him back with the rest of the team, and All Business making a point blue here for the first time.
And they didn't even have to use the Kraken Impact, the God of Mischief, or the Fate of Both Worlds. Very quick rollout again from Low9 using the portal early here, as we already have Aya Bakamoto charged up. They do not want to give All Business a second to recover. Kraken Impact coming in, does not find the first reset as they try to look for anyone, but they're getting zoned out quickly into the Goddess of Death to try and burn through, but they are picked off. Beautiful focus, Aya Bakamoto, and again Wolver finds the pickup onto Tuzi as they push on in with the extra healing, but with their ultimate expiring, Crisis going down. Low9 are starting to run out of sustain. They're forced to back up a little as Stos is turning this round. 2-2 is dropped low, and that psionic seduction is zoning Low9.
Wolver has been finding all of the connections, maybe not all of the players been stunned by Aya Bagamoto, but it's the Maelstroms, it's this burst damage that's coming through from Low9 to just really get by two of the strongest strategist ultimates to keep people going. All Business just can't seem to really find that connection, and I'm not too surprised realistically. How long has it been that you've been able to run this in scrims to get that practice in? A couple of changes coming over. Welshmania moving over to that Captain America. Did have the Emma Frost available, but wants to go for something that has a little bit more dive, a little bit more proactivity, and really push things over the line as Low9 take the lead on progression.
Also try and keep some pressure onto the backside. There's no Winter Soldier from Low9 to really try and lock down this Captain America with Bionic Hook or a Soldier's Fist, meaning that those backliners, that Luna, a little bit vulnerable. Fate of Both Worlds going to be forced down as Jerky was taken out immediately. Welshmania dropped low, but the siege of the Loki healing is keeping them topped up as they are taking a huge advantage here. Painkloak,
oh wow,
Godsky will Fate of Both Worlds, even though they're down 2 members, to try and delay this, to try and get some extra time, but they are taken out.
I mean, fundamentally, you're maybe looking at that a little bit more if you're Low9, because yet again, you had both the strategist ultimates available. You used Fate of Both Worlds, the copy for Gonski, first in that fight, but you still lose 2 people through the duration of it because the burst damage is still there and it's still very prevalent. So Pinclone, it's nice that they still have the Fate of Both Worlds themselves over on the Luna, but now it's all going to be thrown in. Some good stuff built up for All Business at this point. 99% on it for Closer, who has the Loner ultimate good to go. It feels like it's a game of chicken, Tetra. Who's going to use it first?
Look out for that Aya Bagamoto. This is how we've been seeing. What a wraparound from Tuzi. That might have just completely changed this game. On 98% versus 91. All Business in control. Fate of Both Worlds going to be dropped. Kraken Impact will not find the reset. Jerky looking for the turnaround, for the save with this Dance of the Butterfly, but it's being sustained. And they interrupted the Aya Bagamoto with the crystal, with the carbon crush. And this is exactly what All Business needed as overtime is ticking down. Wolver is the one on the point. They can't portal because they're here. And they're getting zoned out, picked up, and it's quick running in. Reinforcements to try and buy every second, but All Business have control, and they will take game number 1.
Getting revenge onto L9 that took this map against them last time in that earlier matchup. And a grueling fight, you've got to say, for Tuzi, not the same level of highlight reel this map that we're so used to seeing. But those final couple of moments, those final eliminations that he was able to pick up with the wraparound, like you mentioned, they're the ones that really highlight how good of a player this guy is. Below 9, you have to bounce back a little bit, knowing how strong All Business are at the Convergence and Convoy game modes. It's been an interesting draft, but we got ourselves an interesting matchup here too.
We did see a little bit of redemption from Tuzi, literally having their entire pool banned out. They were still able to get over 10 final hits, showing just how powerful this Hela can still be, while it's played a little bit less just due to how it fits into the meta right now and how much protection it does need. They were still able to play it incredibly well. Crisis also showing just how strong they can be after their Punisher was banned out by the side of All Business, taking advantage of that little bad lead that they had in the early stages.
Yeah, it's certainly one to put an asterisk on, just with all of the characters being available, with so much going into like what characters are the highest priority, which ones can we give up, all business, just having enough about them. It's a team that haven't necessarily played all that long together. They have experience from previous games and been on teams in previous games together, but I've only recently started playing in the bigger tournaments. Probably, I think, Season 0 Championship more than anything. But it's a damn sight longer than Low 9, who have only put together this roster for the second set of open qualifiers. Yet it was still a grueling matchup. It was just the synergy and, honestly, the target focus. Being able to get eliminations through those big support strategist ultimates, the 250 HP, like healing per second ones, it shows just how much all business are focusing on the right targets.
There's only some statistics here, though, because while this doesn't mean a lot, it does mean that Low 9 know how to recover from going down a map first. When they played against All Business, they won the first map and played exceptionally well to do so, taking several rounds off of All Business. Since then, they've had a rough journey through this lower bracket versus Blood Cariudo, where Blood Cariudo took map number 1, and then Low 9 took games number 2 and 3 in their match against Shmungus. Shmungus took map number 1, and then Low 9 took maps number 2 and 3. Low 9 have shown that they are untiltable, and they're not going to let this bother them. The question is, will they be able to take on All Business, who did take that first time these two teams matched up?
I think the majority of the series for these two teams have been full free mappers, so they're expecting the marathon, and I wouldn't expect anything less. So let's see exactly where L9 want to take us for this second map after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
By the eye of Agamotto! Tremble before us! Maximum pulse!
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the outlaws till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are one game in to All Business versus Low 9. All Business, they took this series the first time it happened in those upper bracket quarterfinals, but Low 9, they have yet to play a series where they haven't won at least one map, and have obviously won every game since that match, because they have been able to fight their way through this lower bracket to get to this point. Can they keep the spree going? If that's the case, Low 9 should win this.
Yeah, we even saw the likes of Central Park being picked up by them, but that was a map that All Business actually had an incredibly strong attacking side on. 3.5 minutes to complete the whole map, which was the only time I think we've seen that map in place so far in Ignite. It's fair to say, Tetcher, I can't predict what the picks and bans are going to be for this one, especially after that last game. Who knows what's about to happen?
I really do love what Low 9 did. Again, they obviously had that unfortunate disconnect at the start, but they capitalized on it, and we did see a focus onto Tuzi, who did insanely well on that Hela, but you've got a question. Would they have done better on the Psylocke, on the Torch, on the Punisher, these characters that we've already seen them play, because they have been dominant, and we've been talking with Moxie previously in the cast we've done. It's kind of looking at that Psylocke and you gotta ban it. Was this the plan all along? To just look at Tuzi and say, no, you don't get any of the toys, you don't get any of the figgy pudding?
Yeah, and I think they even sort of said in the interview yesterday of just like, yeah, Zenost is like every team bans Psylocke against us. But the beauty of that is that you can sort of switch over Tuzi to another character very easily, and you get an extra sort of ban in their face to go for something that they don't get a comfort on. And so far that has been a lot of focus over onto the strategists specifically. But L9 have the map choice here. They have two of the other game modes to choose from. We can't go to a Domination, for example, and they are going to be taking us back to Midtown. So not quite Central Park, but the same part of the map pool. Do they go for a ban first? Okay, thank God. Crisis is the one in control here, because Wolver hasn't looked at the character, which worried me.
All right, so we're going to see the very early, once again, All Business targeting Saintamoto. They have an almost 100% win rate in Ignite with this Captain America, so taking it away. They've learned their lesson from last time. So far, Magneto's going to be mirror banned for both sides, and right now, one-sided Loki for Low 9. They could take this away from All Business.
I think, yeah, Low 9 here, gonna opt for the Psylocke first. But that second ban, you would assume would come in to try to catch the Loki, because this is something that has been a consistent second save for All Business. They've made sure that they've tried to grab the Loki as and when they can, but no. Low 9 is sticking to their guns here. They're still trying to take out Tuzi's map pool, hero pool even.
This was the plan. We see a lot of focus onto strategists to try and take out these big healing outputs, but that has led to the rise of Mantis and onto Cloak and Dagger with these damage buffs, vulnerabilities, extra protection. But in this case, Low 9, they believe they have identified the problem. They have decided that to do the exact same thing, but this time they've banned out Magneto, who was a huge impact in that previous matchup.
Going to have maybe a save over on the Invisible Woman. Or the Punisher do want to have a little bit more firepower themselves. So All Business, more of a standard draft that we've been seeing. Cloak and Dagger still on the field for both sides. And both teams, we sort of mentioned it in the brief pre-show, going for the Emma Frost, so those two main Vanguards not going to be available at all for Low 9 at all on this map. But when you've got Saintamoto and Wolver, they were playing what? You know, they can't have Captain America, but they can play the likes of Venom. Hulk has been hovered over for Saintamoto. Wolver was on the group beforehand. All Business have Wolverine available at least. But awkward. Tuzi especially thinking, why always me?
Tuzi, though, here is a risk that Low 9 have taken. They have left open the Lunar Snow, which opens up the possibility. We've been seeing it a little bit in the Americas with the help of Self. We have been seeing a little bit of a creep on that team-up of the Lunar Snow and the Hawkeye, and it is terrifying. That crowd control is rough to deal with, but the question is, how much have you practiced this? Because Hawkeye has kind of been like not seen at all since like season 0 and a tiny bit in season 1. So being able to just pick that up and say I'm ready is going to be a bit more of a difficult feat. As such, looks like Tuzi is going to stick with something a little bit more comfortable and is looking at that Hela once again.
And before people type in Twitch, or just any like streaming chat as well, just like, well, actually this got nerfed as well in the most recent patch. These games are on the old patch up until playoffs, I believe. So the stun is still as long as it used to be beforehand. I guess Hobbists want to make the most of it before it gets changed.
So opening up, we see the Mortar coming in from Slowpo here. They're making the most of the fact that their damage dealers did get very targeted, so they needed something with a little bit more sustained, and to try and punish Saint Tomoto or Jerky, as Jerky has taken to the sky with the Human Torch.
No eliminations, I think, coming in from either side yet, but Low 9 pushing past this first area of the map that can be often cheesed and held down for just a little bit more time. Now, all business have to really start engaging this. These group walls are going to put this Emma Frost in a bit of an awkward pickle. The Welshmania able to escape for the time being, and even actually gets the revenge onto Wolver, who's been taken out first.
Jerky's putting in the damage output. We have been seeing so many bans on Team Human Torch, including by Low 9, with the Torch dropping insane damage output, and then the Punisher landing a couple of the finishing blows. This is a hard composition to defend against due to how much damage output it delivers, but they have the Loki to protect against the backline dives. They have the Namor, very rarely seen, but can get a lot of bit of the auto-targeting, very safe and very dive-resistant, thanks to that Aquatic Blessing. It is very strong, but they're very single-target blow-ups with at least their main attack output compared to Low 9, who can drop some massive AoE.
I guess one of the things as well of like Low 9 not finding out the Luna on the other side is that it makes it very easy for a Loki to copy it. You almost want closer to be on that character. They did have to Fate of both worlds, but because there were a number of eliminations went against All Business, they want to reset. They don't want to over-dedicate any of these bigger ultimates, and with Welshmania swapping over towards a Doctor Strange, a portal might be here in the nick of time, might not even be necessary this time around, as you got Tutor just leaping in as this Hulk, forcing back Slowpoke, forcing out some of these bigger cooldowns to just keep that mitigation up and alive. Sintomoto finds a pick. We do see the Supernova also used from Jareki. It's just trying to funnel out a little bit more. Strangled Prison not connecting onto all that much other than Closer, which again used to Fate of both worlds just at the end of it taken out. And now that Goddess of Death just taking these shots in, allowing Toot to just pummel down people. And whilst he goes down to Bruce Banner, the damage might be good enough to keep these resets going, as Wolfer is now on the other side finding these pigs. Tetcher, it's come and go for both these squads.
It's back and forth, come and go. In comes the Venom once again. Saint Tomoto going aggressive onto these backlines. There's only a few meters left to go. Wolverine has arrived because that Groot is in play to try and look for a turnaround. Will we see Wolver swap it up? As right now, All Business were able to drive back Low 9. Wolver, they're dropping the exact same strat that they did when they had to push out previously. They are going with the Storm and the Human Torch and the Punisher to just overwhelming damage break it with this Firestorm.
Final judgment going to be used from Crisis. He has been so good at cleaning up the shop, but he hasn't really had to run into too many Lunar Ultimates on the other side, so it's a little bit of a damage boost, really. Now you've got the copy going into the Zenost as well. It just means that this fight ends up slogging on just a little bit more. Tuzi through all of the stuff, the hubbub on the point, finds the pick over on that Hela. Now Jareki, Supernova from behind the ambulance van. Is it going to be an ambulance for them, or at least not for me? Low 9 fighting on the Omega Hurricane with that combination that we saw last time as well. The team up with the Human Torch, making this way too much damage for All Business to keep on top of. But they're dealing with the heat. They're staying inside the kitchen, and they're still holding on as overtime looms.
Tomoto swaps to the Strange for the reinforced portal. Jerky on the Wolverine of their own to try and clean up. Tuzi was taken down. Wolver gets Slowpo, and in overtime, where Low 9 seem to like to live, they're pushing on through piece by piece, trying to get onto that backline, taking out Tut, and they're running out of members. Here comes Tuzi though with a fast rollout on the Star-Lord. It's been a saving grace for so many teams that they get forced physics. They've taken out with the Windblade.
Wolver's run back as the Storm, so it is just Saint Tomoto solo Vanguard at the moment. He's got stunned and he's very close to an Eye of Agamotto. It's just whether he can survive this onslaught from Slowpoke. Jareki gets the response back. And the point still hasn't quite got to the end, although it's looking pretty much a pixel away. That might be the difference from separating these two teams in this game. We got the portal now that was used and sat on the whole time. It's Tuzi that's on it. He's been taken out on so many characters. He's decided to switch to a different role, but it's not enough. Low 9 Crisis. He's able to get the combo in, clean up house, and finally, Tetcher, they hit the checkpoint. Deary me.
The portal last-ditch defense with Freedom Charge. Normally, giving you that bonus health might be enough to hold it. We saw Insomnia capitalize on that so well, but Saitomoto on the strange this time as the players have been just on and off rolls all over the place, able to get that Eye of Agamotto. The angry man from Brooklyn, locked down, unable to hold this line. And look at Tuzi. They have swapped off the Hela. It is time for Iron Man to try and siege away at this single Vanguard to punish them for being alone.
Yeah, it's odd because you don't have that team up as well either with Hulgus. Just Tuzi's just ran in on it. Maybe the sort of burst of the ultimate is going to be enough to clean up house, and with so many bodies stuck together, just a right click might be enough here. Wolver has been making the storm work, to be fair. He finds another pick onto Welshmania, and triple ultimates now thrown in from the attacker side to just get past his main choke. You do have the Silent Seduction from 2-2, but it didn't stop all that much. It's mostly that God of Mischief from Zenos that's keeping things going and actually allowing Old Business to get control of the payload once again.
Wolver used the Omega Hurricane to escape there, really getting zoned out. That is a big cooldown to burn, but it's better to stay up and in the fight when needed. Jerky has moved on to the Psylocke. They're sticking with the triple duelist strategy here by just overwhelming damage, but Tuzi has just been piling on pressure. Welshmania on the cap has been running in behind. When there's this many squishies, you like to play cap to keep the pressure on them and keep them distracted.
I mean, Welshmania's been very good on this, especially when you get into high-octane fights where you have to be a little bit more creative and All Business want to be a little bit more coordinated. Price is now over on the Hela himself, trying to just trip up on the high ground. Not going to be see a Goddess of Death all too soon, but that Fate of Both Worlds, I don't know what pushed it out in the first place. You got the Iron Man pulse come through, not connecting onto much as both these Lokis copying up onto the Luna ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto only catching onto one, but the follow-up is still there again from Saitomoto. Low 9 put on the back foot, now starting the counter-attack. Over time, it doesn't seem to be a concept for them to deal with. They're going to keep things going, and All Business looking for a final contest here again, potentially.
Low 9 are so fast at recovering. They're going to portal block the doorway to try and give themselves a reinforcement. All Business, they did not have a strange. They are just going to have to walk all the way around the outside. But every second matters. Here comes Welshmania to try and buy the extra time. Wolverine going to be diving off to the point to try and focus down onto that Groot that has been brought in from Wolver. Straggling prison. Fate of Both Worlds to try and buy time, but it's not enough. And they're still going. Low 9 refuse to go quietly into that dark night.
Not as often as a grueling fight that we saw in that first checkpoint, but a decisive one for Low 9. Another 90 seconds granted on the board. And this is usually where things tend to stop, just shy of finishing out the map. For All Business, a couple of other adjustments. Slowpo moving over towards the Winter Soldier. And Welshmania, third Vanguard is picked up now. The Groot trying to go for a fight, see if he can match up to what Wolver's been able to do.
Making their way onto the point, Jerky up to the high ground. Lovely Soul Siphon has to use the Shuriken Sweep to dash out of danger. Will be healed up by the Guardian Barrier. It is interesting that we have seen that swap here of Saitomoto on the Doctor Strange, showing that they can play it just as well. And Welshmania, you already mentioned, on the Groot of their own, building up to that straggling prison, setting up some very nice walls to put the pressure onto Wolver and Saitomoto to zone them away from their strategist. Jerky drops low. Wolver able to find 2-2, down to the butterfly, into the backline to try and take them out. Gets the double. The strategists are down. That's all the sustainable business, and that card is gonna keep moving. Low 9 from overtime to Avengers Tower. They're almost there.
You gotta keep their composure going, because if any cracks start to form, Dreki's going to turn it into a gaping chasm. It might tear all business a new one if they're not careful now. They have all of the ultimates to sit on one. They need one clean fight as we go into overtime yet again. And there's the strangling prison crack and impact combination. It's a lot more clean. It's a lot more swift. Just clearing out Wolf is going to be it. And finally, it's looking like all business have put a stop to this one. Gonski stalling for a little bit more. And all business, sigh of relief, but must be thinking that could have ended a lot sooner.
Gonski tried to use that regeneration domain to buy enough time for the respawn to allow the portal for their team, but 143 meters and 6 centimeters is an incredible push by Low 9 through already point A and point B. This is absolutely holdable. All business. They just got taken almost all the way to Avengers Tower and now have to mirror that against that level of output of damage that we just saw from Low 9. I think they have to put on the performance of their tournament lives. Of course, they are qualified for the playoffs, but it's about the principle.
We see this, like, look at the top left. It's not even like the stats I want to see. It's just as a reminder, top right of what the bans have come in over onto 2Z. Like, really focusing on taking out some of the big hitting elements. And 2Z's able to hold his own. Like, his hell has not been bad, but it's just not the same level of character that we've seen from a Punisher, a Psylocke, a Human Torch from him. It really is a case of, like, 2Z's like, I've had so much focus on me in this draft, I need the other people to step up, and Slowpo has been that in pieces. But it is just a case of the Loki's been available on both sides means that these battles go on for way too long. Too many dance floors thrown out from Luna and her copies. It's Low 9 though that are finding those openings and found a really good start. Now they just need to defend and make sure that all business can't match.
Taking out those group walls, making sure that if anyone makes their way in, they're supposed to be taking quite a bit of damage. It's the plan from Wolver, who will be the one sticking on this group for this round. Meaning Saint Mofo has been moved over to that Doctor Strange. And Slowpoke just sieging in, forcing them off the central building high ground, as already just kind of vibing on the point. We're seeing Tooth for Tooth pushing in the cart with this Emma Frost Bionic Hook. It does land, but behind the separate barrier, Wolver is able to pull back.
Wolver's HP is going up and down, and it's not taking Slowpoke to make the most of it. He was the one that put a pin in their defensive side with a nice clean engagement. And these resets connect him, but Saint Tomoto connects just a little bit harder, straight in the face, and it opens the door a little bit for Crisis. Wolver does eventually go down in this state, but Crisis now, he's able to at least play the Punisher. He's got a lot of, at least, support now. Pink Clone being able to just put some barriers on top of him. He's sat pretty, and he stopped things for now for Low 9.
Right now, all business not really able to deal with Jerky on that backline, causing distractions, causing issues. 2 minutes and 40 to go, as all business need to build up those ultimates again. They have almost everything except for Kraken Impact, but it's going to take a little bit of push. They get back onto the car, and they're going to take it slow, at least for now, until those triggers are full. Like Stack corrected, as not, going to be already dropping that God of Mischief.
Strangling Prison for Welshmania. Whether you can actually get Low 9 to sit and play together, because Jerky just in the backline is going to just keep things put onto close sides, whether it forces out the fate of both worlds and forces these two strategist ultimates to be hit together, because we already have the Loki using the God of Mischief. Goddess of Death is going to match on top as we see a little bit of that Asgard Wrath come through, and the fate of both worlds nicely matching in as one song ends, the other is mixed in perfectly on the side of all business to keep things going. Not stalled out on the same point that they had a problem stopping on this defense. And 4 minutes on the clock to go on for point B.
Fast reactions from Znos there, as a lot of that fight would have come down to if Low 9 could have waited out that final ultimate from Closar, and if they'd been able to do that, Jerky could have got a dance to the butterfly, they could have maybe turned that round. But Znos reacting fast, spotting Jerky and was able to take them out to prevent that turnaround. Meaning that Low 9 forced to back up to the defense position, and All Business have taken a very good spot at the top of the stairs. They're trying to focus their damage onto Wolver and will take them down. All Business, the momentum is heavily in their favor.
Yeah, Wolver's going to have a fair few bruises on him because All Business have been punching the ever-living daylights out of him. And now with Welshmania sort of mirroring on the group, he's not too far away from having a Strangling Prison yet again, and it's really enabled clean fights for them and really stopped things for Low 9 slowing down. There's still so much time on the board for All Business, more so than Low 9 had when we saw them switch sides, that there's got to be a little bit of panic coming in from the defenders. The final judgment is going to try and push things back, and the point is just on the cusp of going through. There's not going to be a contest, Tetcher. They get things going, and we're on to point 3 already.
Tuzi has woken up. They have suddenly decided that Hela is so broken and are just immediately going to pick up KO after KO. They were able to spot Jerky with a Soul Cypher to get the pickup. They were able to spot Saint Tomoto Magonski there and get the pickup. And Tuzi is showing that banning out those 3 characters may not work as well as Low 9 had hoped, as they are capitalizing and are on a very aggressive flank here.
He's allowed to be aggressive. He has the Idle Aura that's just going to keep him topped up.
Don't let anything stand.
And now, just with the environment changing around, it's whether he can spot a gap. He's looking specifically for Pinclone or Gonski. Force out these strategist ultimates a little bit earlier on. Who's he trying to go for the fight? Maybe pull back Jerky to try to peel, and it's looking like Jerky's going to be able to win the fight in that engagement. Both going to pull out for the time being. The Psionic Seduction going to be the go button, and 4 people stunned out from All Business from Saint Tomoto's Eye of Agamotto. That was perfect.
The Doctor Strange players, both of them, on Low 9 are insane. They get the full team wipe. While they couldn't win the 1v1, Jerky capitalized and didn't even have to ult. They move back to try and set up a containment at the Fisk building, as there's only just under 30 meters to go for All Business to take this map and the series. And Low 9, they have to now hold for 3 whole minutes.
Now it's building up. The pressure, the ultimates, the moments now, as we do see the copy, that first initial one used to bring us the first of many lunar ultimates that we'll see. Fate of multiple worlds coming through, and Jerky biding the time, waiting for the dance of the butterfly, seeing if he can catch a little bit of a window, especially with that Strangling Prison. That combination saved things for All Business right at the end. It's found an opening, but it's not found a clear-cut fight. But things are still progressing, actually. Just under 2.5 minutes on the clock and just under 13 meters for All Business to go.
Goddess of Death into the air to try and zone him away. Gets absolutely wiped out of that so quickly. Forced to back up as Jerky takes out Welshmania. They're holding right at the finish line. It's so close, but we are seeing Low 9 refusing to give a single inch back to the Fisk building. Keep holding here. Every inch matters, and they are committing so much. This Strangling Prison came out, Kraken Impact, but Crisis was kept sustained, was able to drop the counter pickup using that final judgment onto Slowpo, preventing them from getting another reset with that Kraken Impact.
There's the copy that comes in from Zenost. Ultimate going to come out shortly afterwards. There's the fate of both worlds, and actually just catch Jerky as he's trying to get through. Stabbed in the back by Tuzi, that wants to really start to shine in this one. Had his moment, Psionic Seduction. It's going to push people back. It's going to keep things churning forward for All Business. They still have 90 seconds on the clock. There's still at least a couple of fights that they can go for. We do see the Strangling Prison used from Wolf, but it's not really matter too much other than Toot to Toot's wrath. Crisis even comes through with a final judgment, but he's taken out almost instantly. Low 9 can't hold on for much longer. All Business make this a 2-0, progress into the tournament, and it really shows that Tuzi can have 3 of his heroes banned out. You can't take out the 4th.
Very nicely done. That attempt, very valiant from Wolver to try and hold that with a Strangling Prison, set up walls and just stand there on that point. But we saw it, the Loki, the reason it's banned out, Regeneration Domain, and suddenly all of that effort was put to nothing. Wolver was focused down, and All Business were able to lock in, get that cart to Avengers Tower, and Herbie will have allowed them to move on and get that higher seed when we head into those playoffs, potentially avoiding some of these upper bracket teams from at least the first round or so.
Look at the healing that Sonosta's been able to do. It required a lot, I think, and this makes me really excited to see what we're going to see in playoffs from both of these squads. They might be on opposite sides of the brackets depending on how things go, but you can't say that this low 9 team doesn't compete or compare with the rest of the squads available. All business, definitely more of a slog. But still, you're going to take the 2-0 up against a team like Low 9. It's very good at least taking a map in these series and making things a little bit more painful. And certainly on a warm day here in Europe, making things a little bit more sweaty.
Yes, the first map, the first series that Low 9 have not at least won a map. After pushing so far, almost getting the triple cap in this game at number 2. But they're not out yet. They still have the playoffs to go through. Every team we cast today is in the playoffs. So we get to see them take what they learned from these games, adjust and move on in. But all business, they're starting to get that momentum, get that mojo back after being sent down to the lower bracket by Zero Tenacity in a 2-0.
And Jerky, he had his moments, so did Crisis. It really did feel that Low 9 were able to get these main duelists set up to be a complete threat. But I think it was really the second point that let Low 9 down the most, that all business were able to keep things moving along swimmingly. And whilst there was a pretty good defense over on point C, where exactly we're seeing these fights take place, there was just too much time bank for all business to go in and really make it fairly straightforward after they could get a couple of picks and get things moving along. But a good result for them nonetheless.
A good result, an impressive result. All business move on to that lower bracket final where they will be playing against either Berber Patapim or Zero Tenacity. We'll be finding that out later on, and we'll also be finding out who will play against Vertus Pro between Rad Esports, potentially a rematch, or Insomnia. Those will be our matches that come up to decide those matchups. And I don't know about you, I'm excited for them. But again, all these teams are going to playoffs. They're competing for the optimal spot to try and make their way through to be the first EMEA champions for Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, and honestly, even though people might say, oh, it's seeding, it doesn't matter, I think the main thing that these teams want at the moment going into not only like EMEA Ignite, but also like the mid-season finals and beyond is just reps. Mostly with this new system that's come in with the advanced draft. So, and sort of seeing where that meta naturally evolves. People are going to be looking at Vertus Pro, what they've been doing with the Adam Warlock for sure, but they also have a couple of ideas that they want to try up against teams like this. Low 9 gave it a good go of like, what happens if we use the strategy of just ban out Tuzi? Is there enough impact there? And I guess for the VOD review, it'll give the answers, because I can't say for certain if it was a good idea or a bad idea. It's just whether Low 9 will do that in the future against other teams once we get to playoffs.
The fact is, Low 9 put up an incredibly good fight with this strategy. The question is, like you say, other teams can look at this, maybe iterate on it. Every game you show something is a game other teams can learn something from. And with Low 9 doing some very flexible stuff, taking a couple strategies from Team Peps even, who put up some really good fights, these teams are all learning not just from each other, but from other regions. We are seeing so much flexibility and so much evolution. And let's talk about the evolution of playstyles as this draft has gone on, as we have Zenost here to talk to us from All Business. For starters, congratulations on yet another win.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello again. I think the first question I have is, does bans on that first map, like, not only did we see Low 9 missing 2, but also you guys missed 1. I wanted to ask, why did you guys miss 1? Was that just sort of like a we'll let you have this one, or did you also make a mistake there?
We were all kind of confused with what was happening. We were wondering if maybe the map was going to be reset, if maybe L9 can do their drafts again, and then while we were talking, the person who was banning wasn't the usual person who was banning, so he forgot he had to ban. Stuff just happened.
It was literally just in the chaos it happened. And the same thing happened to OG as well, that the usual person that was in that seat wasn't really expecting it and got caught out. But what was that first map like, right? You have the Magneto, the Emma Frost, and then also the Loki and the Lunar Snow. It must have felt like you were running back into the Stage 1 championships, perhaps.
Yeah, the main problem was such an unrealistic team comp that we hadn't even ever played this before in like a month or something. So we were a bit confused on how to start on this. But the picks were so strong in the end that we can just win it all.
And we've already talked to you about the potential for how we've been seeing the bans consistently onto Tuzi with that Psylocke. This was taken to yet another level, but you guys did surpass and overcome that difficulty. But how much preparation did you have for that eventuality as we've slowly been seeing the bans against Tuzi rise?
We were wondering if there might be a torch ban, but we never expected all 3 bans, and we had a special situation today as well in which Tuzi had to, in the first game he disconnected, he had to use his hotspot to come back again, and Slop was playing from his sister's house because he also didn't have internet. And then we had an unusual ban against us. We were all kind of... It was very chaotic, to say the least.
It was a weird day, it seems like, but you're able to sort of come out on top, you progress in the tournament. The last question I have for you, what is it that your poster says? It's been on my mind since we last spoke yesterday, and I'm really curious on what it says.
It's in my head that just made sense. It's I have that poster for multiple years. I don't even remember when I first got it, but I think that actually fits what we're doing in drafts sometimes. Where I think, oh, this makes sense, but then it doesn't even make sense in the end. Which was something that happened in these games, but our DPS players showed very flexible strength. Sloppo popped over on the Bucky, Tozy went on the Hela, and we had very good games. Dodge went on the Groot, Toot on the Hulk.
In your head, it just made sense, and in the game, it just worked. You move on, you're going to be getting a slightly better seeding, and you're going to be playing against either or either Burber Patibin or Zero Tenacity. Thank you for joining us, Nost. We look forward to seeing you as the games go on.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a good day.
A wonderful victory.
A poster summed it up, Beverly, didn't it? Of just a very a memorable series for sure. Like, I think we did see some good ideas from L9 to try it. Didn't quite work this time, but they can reiterate on the draft and see if these two teams meet in playoffs, whether the same thing will happen again.
It's the mindset of the iterating teams. In my head, it made sense, and that is either a battle cry of we're going to try something and hope it works, or the battle cry of whoops, we tried something and it didn't work. But right now, for all business, it is working. They move on to play against either Berber Patibim or Zero Tenacity. That'll be our last game of the day. But coming up, we have Rad Esports versus Insomnia. That's our first upper bracket game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our third series.
This is my unnatural selection. It's Domination!
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 아득한 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐. 너도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 Yeah, let's go. 어둡고 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품이 쳐봐. 하도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예. The weight of the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품이 쳐봐. 나도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 나도 믿어 내일까지 세계 오면.
Well, we've sort of spent the majority of our time this week, Tetcher, in the sort of looming, sweaty, humid. I'm just using the fact that it's 30 degrees in my room to find like ways to describe this. In the losers bracket, where elimination's been on the line. Now we get to reach the heights, where we're looking at the upper bracket. One of these teams is going to be in the grand finals over on Sunday, as we're looking at Rad up against Insomnia GG.
The opportunity to fight for that number one seed. A very good thing to strive for, because of course if you're number one seed, you're going to play against a team that is lower down in the seeding order, giving you a massive, in theory, advantage to move on in the bracket to try and earn not only that prize money, that championship for EMEA, potentially a spot at the mid-season finals. As the bracket goes on, we're starting off with Rad Esports EU versus Insomnia GG.
So I think when we're looking at Rad first, the question realistically is, we talk about the Crown and Vertus Pro and that result that they had last week. Is that Crown moving over towards this side? Like, is this team genuinely a considered option of being the best in EMEA because they beat the best team, but surely it's like about getting the results afterwards? Insomnia are probably the non-favorites in this one. really a lot of people are looking at Rad as like, okay, recognize the names because these could be at the top of the leaderboards in the NBA very, very soon.
Rad players are so experienced. Melio has been around on so many teams, including Fnatic back in the day. Naga has absolutely popped off this year. Trust me, is one of the most legendary tanks we have. Fate and Level 1 Crook have constantly been up and down across all of the leaderboards and in these tournaments. This team has more pedigree than a dog food factory.
I mean, yeah, it's the fact that you're sort of looking at elements of it, right? Of like, okay, yeah, Vertus Pro, first place at the Invitational, second team was OG. Well, the OGC team was a little bit different, but it is pretty much the same as this Rad squad, other than a couple of changes and adding in a bit more firepower for Insomnia. For me, as casted that event, wasn't involved in the championship. This is a squad that I recognize some of the players from various games beforehand, but they kind of have slipped under the radar, and unironically, a lot of people are sleeping on Insomnia, it feels like.
Yeah, literally, I said it earlier. I spoke to a lot of the players, and they have said that people are sleeping on Insomnia. They're already in the upper bracket finals. The question is, how much of these teams started to be able to adjust and learn? Insomnia have been one of the more aggressive teams in their playstyle. You can see even in this clip, the legendary Captain America hold for such a long time, utilizing Wolverine, utilizing Captain America. They've been great on this Punisher. Nocta has had some of the most flexibility in terms of heroes, including being one of the few people in EMEA to bring out that Hawkeye, even without the Luna actually seeing play, just sending it straight on its own.
Yeah, full sending it for the most part. I am curious on how this one's going to go because Insomnia, I think their sort of matchup that we saw leading into this game was a really close one. Like, honestly, some of the moments that we saw in that sort of qualifying game up against Team Peps was crazy. It was a full free map, but they were able to push to the end of Clintar in overtime. Nothing left. They pretty much were able to go the whole entire distance, and the likes of Team Peps couldn't manage it. And then the end of Spider Island was a ridiculous fight for them. So I think it's like Rad have been pretty clean in all of their games, including the win over Vertus Pro might add. It was dominant from them. You almost expect them to make this a very swift 2-0, but there's just something about this Insomnia team that I think really could ire their sights and make this a bit more of a slug than they're expecting.
It's the stability, the expectations, and just the pure experience of Rad Esports versus the raw, unfettered, just skill play style of Insomnia that we just keep seeing more and more of. We've mentioned they have some flexibility with some different characters, and they do have a load of experience themselves. They used to play for Ex Oblivion, who played a top 8 finish in MRC Season 1. Seijiro has been grinding on Team Cloud9, who won the RTBF Online Session qualifiers and then the tournament. They are extremely proficient. They just haven't come across our radar in a lot of these big tournaments yet. Also, they have our single Australian player for EMEA in the form of Demon.
The Oceania region, I always struggle with that word, has been going on very, very swiftly as well. More in the morning, so we're not expected to see this way. For Insomnia here, yeah, it's a tricky old one, I think, when we're sort of looking at the players involved. Like, who sort of catches your attention the most at this rate? Also, we're missing Siwo as well. I was excited for him because I like this Captain America. We've got Sentinoblin playing.
Sentinoblin going to be taking the place of Passimo here. We will see how this affects their drafting phase. Passimo has been their big Captain America player for the team, has also been running a little bit of Emma Frost. This might change their drafting style, which I guess means Rad might have a more difficult time banning for them, because normally you'd see Passimo and be like, yeah, you know what, the Cap's a solid choice to fill in the draft phase. So Rad, they're just playing it safe. Simple bans. Not the bag, though, which is kind of wild, because Insomnia, they do pick up the bag because Rad chose to ban Emma Frost first.
I also think that Fate is missing an E from his name, because Fat is in the server. And he's the one missing. You've got Naga Awesome as well. Like, great. Like, they'd be very, like, open and experimental. I know it's, like, seeding that these guys are playing for, but Rad, you know, they beat Vertus Pro once. Now look at them. They're taking creative liberties on their usernames. But they are actually going to use that second save over towards the Human Torch. Maybe a little bit worried after the last series that, like, Naga is going to be hit pretty hard when it comes to some of the other bans.
Rad going to be securing that Human Torch, like you say. The Wolverine potentially going to be secured by Insomnia. They've shown how much they do like to play that, especially Demon. We've made the joke a million times, we'll make it a million more. A literal Demon on this Wolverine, but instead they protect the Punisher, giving them a more stable option as opposed to almost holding them in to a Wolverine style of draft. Final ban. Rad, one of the first teams that started banning the Cloak and Dagger earlier, including against Vertus Pro when they did find that victory, understanding its strength potentially before anyone else.
Could be Pasiwo instead of Sentinel in its playing. Hard to know if it's just a username change or just a completely different player. Not as familiar with Insomnia like I mentioned, so who knows, but you're right, like Rad, the draft system that they've pretty much concocted and maybe even patented to an extent, looking to use it again here on Benim T'Challa. All of these first maps are going to be Domination, so they are going to be a little bit more brawly. It's something that we saw from Insomnia again in their matchup previous up against Team Peps, that it was a little bit more brutal. And it was Peps that actually took that map first. So here for Rad, they haven't dropped the map at all in this tournament. Must be feeling pretty good going into this one.
That's very true. Rad currently undefeated. And even in rounds, they dropped 1 round versus Vertus Pro. They did drop 3 rounds versus Alcancia, who did take them to an overtime. So Rad are assailable. Will Insomnia be the ones to do it?
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Zoom out is coming through. Melio over on the Ultron for that triple support. You've got a little bit of the Guardians in there too, as Fate's going to be over on that Adam Warlock. Naga up in the sky, raining down hell with these flyers. Insomnia, a little bit more standard stuff than what we've been consistently seeing. But both teams running the Adam Warlock, both teams running triples and strategist.
Coming in for a little bit more healing, whereas Rad went for a little bit more DPS on their strategist, with Melio almost being a third duelist as well as Fate, giving them that little bit of extra protection. Right now, Awesome making the most of the positioning, utilizing this top wall, the ceiling being lower on this building to just siege from above and getting themselves a pickup. Right now, Insomnia do seem to be taking at least a little bit of momentum back after Rad started off so aggressively.
Yeah. Nocta clipping the wings at the very least over on Melio. But it's the Vanguard line that actually find the picks to keep things going for Rad. Pushing up on the point in the blue side, and Rajaro is really just springboarding this pick into pick. More time into more time. And Insomnia GG, they do have some ultimates at least very much available. In the visible boundary, you want to be a little bit closer to the objective. Ideally, it wants to be on the objective before you take these engagements. But Rajaro trying to hide away, sneak back, disengage, get a little bit of support coming in from the rest of his team, and then straight back in on the fight with Melio supporting.
The rage of Ultron with the dynamic flight for the speed to chase them in, and they dominate that. Insomnia sent back to spawn. Invisible boundary at the ready for relaxing nights. But this is Rad controlling this early stage and making the real case that the win versus VP wasn't a fluke and that they are aiming for first place as Insomnia look to try and find an opening.
Trust me, is very, very close to having a psionic seduction. Captain America running in. Bit of the unnamed player been thrown into a hell of a matchup, and there's the supernova that's coming through. Meteor M from the distance, bounced back actually from the Captain America, comical almost, but no eliminations either side from it. The Camera Revival, if there was people that went down, they're going to be right back, because I think both of them have come in. No, Fate is sat on his still. Trust me, it's just brawling, happy to go in for the fight, and Demon gets a little bit more than what he could chew on. Bit of a mouthful as Rajaro trying to match up the Captain America head-to-head. Still has that freedom charge, but not needed. Rad looking to make this 100% to 0.
Demons trying a portal, but they might not have time. 97, 98, 99, and 100. The portal just too short, and that is going to be Rad claiming that stellar spaceport as we head into Warrior Falls. That was solid. That is what a lot of people are now expecting out of Rad. Insomnia, what do they have in the tank? What is the comeback potential here?
Oh, the Vanguard's not going down once. It really is just, I'm still going to call him Fate, because I think calling him Fat just sounds a little bit, like, directed, you know? Like,
Seconds before you attack.
I know that tomorrow when his name's going to be back to normal, if we do see him play tomorrow, that I'm going to accidentally start calling him Fat, and nobody wants that. But free ultimates still available for Rad as they go in onto the second point. We're so used to seeing these game modes, Tetcher, just go back and forth, 99% to 99%. It's a statement that Rad have been so clean on this for so long, regardless of whether it's Insomnia that they're playing up against or Vertus Pro. They are making it very quick and easy. And they're wanting to do the same here.
Insomnia, they look like they're going to be doing a little bit of a copy here. They're going to bring out the Ultron of their own for an attempted turnaround here. And Demon moves over to the Human Torch. These compositions are now mirrored, with the exception that Fate is sticking with this Adam Warlock and Relaxing Knights. They are very keen on this Invisible Woman. It's literally the only character they've played so far.
Yeah, just really finding where this fight is going to start. Melio is going to start us off with the Rage of Ultron. It's not him getting the picks. You look at Rogero over in the elimination feed, and he just is so good at finding the Freedom Charge not needed. It's how well Rad are comboing here, and when you've got a player like Rogero on one of his like most apt characters, it really does make it feel night and day difference from what we've seen so far.
It really does, as Rad are in so much control right now. Melio on that Ultron, putting on the pressure. Naga continuously powering up and just dropping all the damage, diving in aggressively from time to time as well on this torch. This is the control. Here comes the aggressive dive here from the cap on the side of Insomnia. Counter from Rajarova, and their team is already getting dropped down, but it of course is going to be the Adam Warlock who can return and bring back the rest of the team, which they will do. Karmic Revival onto Awesome, as we are seeing Rajarova looking for the turnaround. There's no counter here. Nocta going to try and create an opening by sieging into that hallway, but in the meantime, Trust Me is dominating this fight.
Ooh, Meteor M is crisp right onto Naga, but a trade means that this progression is still going the way of Rad. Despite them being down in numbers, Insomnia trying to maybe have a jump off the map or reset, but no, it is just Trust Me playing with fire, quite literally being on the edge of this waterfall in a position. Rajaro gets another kill. We're sort of used to seeing that at this point. Just in the middle of all the chaos, finding so much, and it's 0% made on the bot from Insomnia at all so far on Benim T'Challa, and 76% ticking up from Rad, and they got plenty on board to be working with ultimate-wise.
Naga pushing on in. Supernova going to be coming out from Demon, but Naga taking out Nocta, removing all of that healing. Relaxing Knights is sniped by level 1 Crook, and Naga finishes off Demon. Lurkin's going to try and delay with the Soul Rejuvenation. The damage boost has been coming in, but there's no one left to damage boost. Sentinel is down, Forever is down. It's 99, 98, 99, and 100. Yet another convincing setup for Rad. They take game number 1.
Hard work for Insomnia. Just felt that they weren't able to get anything on board, and this draft plan and the comps that we're seeing, albeit they're a little bit different for Rad, does feel like Thanos, as the young whippersnappers like to say. Ultron, the other big bad, is going to get the MVP. People always sort of bring up the fact of like it seems to lead towards Ultron always getting MVP. He is an artificial intelligence, and it is an artificial intelligence within Marvel Rivals that decides who gets the MVP, right? So, I mean, you can connect the dots there.
Literally hacking the mainframe in order to make sure that they get MVP every single time. Melio, 5 final hits in that game, almost 7k damage, which is as much as Demon did, and they were on torch that game. Melio showing off the ability that you can sometimes get with this Ultron to track your opponents, to land those shots, which is a hit scan attack. You can really dominate when needed.
And the Vanguards yet again, Rajaro and Trust Me, neither one of them dying, surviving the entire time, not going down once. And I think one of the things, if you look at the triples strategist comp from Rad, it doesn't look like you have like the sustain to keep people like Ultron. It almost feels like you always need free support, and then having the Adam Warlock on top. Okay, then you need a real big beefy healer like the Cloak and Dagger to keep people going. No, level 1 Crux over on the Mantis, and it's still enough to keep people going in these fights. Dominantly, might I add, as well, for Team Rad.
A strong performance in game number 1. Rad still yet to drop a single map on their way here, inheriting this crown that we've had from Vertus Pro, where they did lose maps but hadn't dropped series. Rad have tried to start a whole new dynasty here without dropping a single map so far. The pressure's going to keep rising, but they are looking for this number 1 seeded spot. We mentioned the advantage it can give. Insomnia, they have a lot more to show. They've shown that they can take on the best teams, but seemingly struggling against Rad as their draft seems to just be a little bit too high in terms of damage, with Naka just constantly hovering above them in doorways, piling on the pressure on this torch.
Yeah, people like to talk about like the crown and whether that's moved. It's, you know, esports is also very used to using the Elder Wand, and I think whilst it's in the hands of Rad at the moment with their win against Vertus Pro last week, Insomnia still have a chance to snatch it and dispatch it from their hands. They need to have a reverse sweep, but before we get on to map number 2, a quick break, so we'll see you soon.
Double KO!
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 꼬집혀볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한
The Geiger meter is ticking away for Rad right now as they are showing up in this first game. Insomnia, we've been hearing that people have been sleeping on them, but in this case, Rad have certainly woken them up with that first game.
Yeah, and I think Insomnia are trying to escape from this nuclear wasteland in this series and at least try to put some points on the board. Zero progression made on the Domination mode, which has been pretty decent for them in the past. They've been up for a scrap and able to sort of fight up against the big dogs. But here, it just felt like it was the men versus the boys, so to speak. So for Rad now, they're going to be taken in a different direction. It is going to be the choice of Insomnia on which map that we want to go to. And at the very least, we've seen some impressive fights in the end, just overtime pushes to complete out maps like Symbiotic Showdown, which not too sure where exactly we're going to go, but that would be one of the places on the top of my head that Insomnia might want to bring us to.
You've also got to wonder whether it's time to pick up a little bit of a low 9 strategy and start to target some of these players. That torch was super annoying. It might be time to try and get rid of it. The angles were so strong. And with Rad 1-0 up, Insomnia, where have they chosen to take us for the second map of the series? Remember, it could be a convergence or a convoy. They have chosen it. You were right. Symbiotic Surface will be the next map.
Now, Insomnia also choosing to attack first. The Vanguards switching around. We're so used now to seeing the Magneto be taken out unequivocally as opposed to it being personal preference. It's whether or not Insomnia, because they are Insomnia, they like to change stuff up, they are going to go for the obvious answer. And for Rad, I almost feel like the formulaic approach of how they've been doing this draft thus far, we can almost guess the direction this is going to go in. They're going to try and protect the Magneto on their side, which honestly, they've been available to them. They're going to be very, very happy about.
They've been making great use of this Magneto. It's been one of the dominant forces. You did like a little graphic with a threat level for Magneto, and it was 100% after a few days, and I really doubt that's changed. It's appearing literally every single game so far. There's the Loki getting taken out to Mirror, and so far, so normal, so standard, as we do see these teams basically mirroring each other, except for that Mag versus AMER setup.
I mean, this is always the challenge when it comes to metas when you're playing in like an underdog position like Insomnia is. If you try to match what the other better in inverted commas team is trying to do, you lose, right? Like, you have to gamble something, you have to try to think outside the box. Maybe there is an element of Insomnia, especially because this is their map choice, that they can sort of mirror things, but they've opted to try and take the Ultron at least off the board. Having, with having a flying torch and the Ultron in the sky, it's a little bit too much to deal with, and just takes their focus away from the main front lines of these fights, and namely probably those strategist backlines. But what are they going to save here?
Looking at that Wolverine again, this time they go for it instead of the Punisher. Speaking of Punisher, Rad, while we do see that Ultron taken away from Melio, they have played Punisher and Adam Warlock throughout the rest of the game. They're going to go for a counterban onto the Human Torch. While they did take the game, obviously, they aren't a huge fan of playing into it because it's rough. Same issue with the Cloak and Dagger, and that will be their final ban.
The right heroes could make all
It's
the difference.
tense, isn't it, a little bit for like Insomnia? Like, I think teams like this, it feels a little bit like low 9 to an extent of Insomnia having to go through the qualifiers. Rad invited from... Actually, no, Rad went through the qualifiers as well. My mistake. I was so used to them because this is effectively that old OG roster that they would have been invited for the Invitational, but no, hasn't quite worked out that way. They have to pull up their bootstraps and come through the qualifiers themselves, but it does mean that they're able to get a lot of reps in on what this meta is, despite the fact it's changing quite a lot. Feels that Rad are the closest to having it solved for the time being, but I imagine a lot of teams are keenly watching this. They're looking at the draft from Insomnia and going, maybe if they did this instead of that, or maybe if they run what they're running now, they might have the answer, and we might be able to see and crack what Rad have been working on so far this week.
We will have to see. You mentioned Rad coming through those open qualifiers. They came through qualifier number 1 when they still went under team 1. And Insomnia came through qualifier number 2. Had to go for their second attempt as they weren't able to make it in that first rotation. Now, the question is, as we see a very messy game of dots and crosses in this spawn door, but Demon that is a portal, attempting to take them off the side, but they go through the different door, not going to get caught out. It's Insomnia are looking to go for the hard engage. Rajaro is starting on Jeff.
Right, the portal play, trying to set things up, and yeah, we have seen a little bit more Jeff, but it's the fact that it's Rajaro that's on it. He just seems to be going for almost gun game and the characters that he's wanting to pick up and play. That means that, trust me, is that solo Vanguard for the time being. just maybe just trying stuff out at this rate. Rad at least wanted to begin with this hold to try and throw off what Insomnia are doing, but it's not quite working. Progression with 5 players on the board, and Rad still contesting. Nobody's been eliminated. They've just had to give up the space for free and go for the re-engage. It's a great catch actually from Demon, just slipping into the sky, catching Naga out and slamming it right back down to the ground. The Viraback's going to bring some numbers back in these engagements. Rad looking a little bit more scrambled. This play with its Jeff ultimate available is not really going to be that useful, as the final judgment's going to come in with the amplifier. You've got the invisible boundary on top as it's 92% progressed for Insomnia. It's a wacky old thing that's happening, and the Agamotto's connecting 1 apiece, but the follow-up's not quite there. Rad losing this point in a surprising amount of time.
They built up the charge for that Jeff Nado. By the way, Rajaro again, they did start on the Jeff. Last time it was Naga who played the Jeff, as this team have run Jeff Nado before, and they are now charged up for it. But Insomnia, they've now seen it, and it didn't get to be dropped in that first fight. Look, they've swapped the Hulk coming out here, because if you are CC immune, you can't get pulled in, and that indestructible guard could be the tool they need to try and break from that pull-up, and the ability to, of course, throw Demon directly at your enemies to try and catch people out of position.
I don't know anything about American football, but like tut tut hut hut, throwing in the Wolverine, he's not quite connecting onto anything. The long ball actually is just at the end of it, just takes a little bit of a bounce off the ground, but Naga is not going to be too threatened by it in comparison to last time. The Demon having that last stand, looking to see if he can catch people out, and Rad is still dedicated to this. Rajaro still sat on the Jeff, and it's just allowing his whole W approach. There it is, last stand, able to catch, trust me, but it still seems to be Rad filling up the kill feed, but then you see the Camp Revival bringing everybody back in a split second. Insomnia still keeping things moving along and trucking, and Rad, surprisingly, in a bit of free fall.
We talked about it exactly, that we need to see Insomnia try something different. They are running a team upless less Adam Warlock. That word made sense, but it did not sound right.
Yeah.
Adam Warlock without any Mantis or Star-Lord for revives. Then they've got Rocket for revives. Then they've got the Invisible Woman for just standard support. They've got the Hulk without the Namor. And then, of course, they have the Wolverine, who is being the majority of their pickups. We finally saw that Jeff Nado coming in, and that will force the push out from Insomnia, going to force them to back up and regroup. But they are making some serious progress this time.
All right, things settle down for a moment for Rad. Final judgment. Might get things to calm down. I'd be thinking Dubby Rash, but, you know, it is the Adam Warlock on the other side. Shout out to the championship team that's also playing under that banner as well. Relaxing Knights is the one that's clearing up. It takes Melio out as he has that final judgment. That's a big ultimate to not be available in this fight, as everything else is going to start to be used. The Eye of Agamotto from Trust Me, not really connected onto all that much yet again. And it's Forever that finds the picks. Actually, the melee approach, the whole W Demon, he's playing at pace. It's almost hard to keep up with him. And the payload is trucking along at that kind of speed too.
Demon showing exactly why we've seen their Wolverine get banned out. Mid-fight throw being pulled in by Saint and Oblin to turn that around. They dominate that. The Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the DPS output, and Rad, they've swapped up the composition. They've realized something needs to change. Naga bringing out that Human Torch, which is going to be the target, as we see Saint and Oblin wrapping around, charging to the sky with you. He got him. He's actually insane. Naga is can't keep getting away with this, Ryan.
I thought Demon was like the hit scan player, but I guess when he's been thrown in the air, he is like a bullet, just shooting down anybody from Rad, who now switching over to something that seems a little bit more within their wheelhouse that we've seen previously. Rajaro and the Magneto, trust me, going for that Venom on this part of the map, looking to see if he can set up a little bit more of this dive. Burst down any of the tags from Insomnia GG that have been surviving for a good amount. We see the Hulk being able to come back into the fight. Eye of Agamotto catching onto Rajaro whilst the Force Physics sends it blinding back. Karmic Revival to bring back a couple of the people that we lost just along the way. A Meteor Emperor Rajaro thrown into the middle of 3 different targets, square down the center, really isn't able to do all that much in the end. We can't keep our eyes off of Demon. We could just sit on this one, observers, because he is absolutely on a tear.
They got 2 pickups, but Nocta had that Karmic Revival active for just long enough to bring them back. Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the damage boost. They're pushing in to try and break Rad to be the first team to take a series. But first, you gotta get to the end of Symbiotic Surface, get that Essence of Null. He leaps in. The offer is being sent by Saint Anomaly to allow them to pull out after they nearly get caught out of position. So they have a retreat. Supernova coming in, and this time they know there's no throw available. So Naga has at least a couple seconds of freedom and is doing some great damage on the backline.
Naga up in the sky, oppressive. It's hard for anybody to look up and deal with him up until I say that. Nocta is the one that has the right click to just burn him down from the sky. Another catch in the air for level 1 Crook. Not really used to being on that side of it. And meanwhile, we see that final judgment coming in from Melio. So Trust Me also going in with a Feast of the Abyss, seeing if he can clamp down on anybody to catch out these picks. But Insomnia are doing a relatively good job of just surviving. Anybody that goes down that Karmic Revival now for Nocta is going to just bring them all the way back in. Rad were the ones that seem to be leading the meta side of it, but Insomnia, taking a little bit of the leaf out of Vertus Pro's book, seem to have a really good response. The problem, however, Tetra, is so much time has been bought by Rad here. Oh my god, he keeps going!
They're actually dropping Battle Rebirth beacons closer to the fight so that Demon can get the jump packs to try and isolate people even more. But there's the wraparound. With time ticking down, 1 minute to go, Fate will burn that Eternal Bond, and they're able to burn through, and that is the unfortunate way of playing the Hulk. If you get dropped into that banner and you're the last one up, it is all about staggering. Take them down as late as possible. A solid extra 10 seconds off the clock because Insomnia can't engage without the Hulk, so they're waiting and they're going to Portal so that they can move out together.
Yeah, let's see how much this Demon Eagle can do when it's been thrown up in the sky. Has that last stand available. And the Eye of Agamotto for forever, catching people on the cusp, but it has been controlled, suppressed by level 1 Crook's force physics. Eye of Agamotto is able to just get that one target, which is over onto the Invisible Woman, whilst the Meteor M slamming stuff down from the sky. Melio, yet again, with this final judgment, it feels like it's available every single fight. And now the Hulk super mode is just going haywire onto this objective as overtime is about to keep things going again for Insomnia. We see the invisible boundary thrown in over onto the point, and Century Noblin has actually found a couple of eliminations to bring Rad down to just bare numbers. They're able to get to the end of the map, much like they did in the match to get us here, Tetra. But it was a grueling one, and Rad did well to buy as much time as they did, honestly.
No time on the clock means no extra time if an overtime is hit. But we've seen how aggressive Rad can play when they want to, when it comes to rushing it down opponents. But we got exactly what we asked for. Insomnia, we asked them to play aggressive, and they did it. They tried something different, and just launching Demon on cooldown, lurking on the rocket. They've played it before, but utilizing it just for extra jump packs, for quick revives, to make sure that Nocta was always available so that they could get Karmic Revivals. This top position is so unique, so creative, and extremely effective.
So now Rad forced to sweat a little bit more than what we've seen over like the last few games that they've played. And they tried something with the Jeff early on in that part of the map, but the reasoning behind it remains to be seen. Certainly a question to ask them if we do get them in the interviews later, but Insomnia might have something to say about that too. Reverse sweep required. Finishing the map is good, but now that you defend, you don't want Rad to be able to do that with time on the board.
4, 3.
Let's see if they can break this, if they can turn this round. Portal trap finds no one. No one going to fall for that. They roll out fast. And here come Rad rushing on that right-hand side, going for the high ground contest here is Melio.
Quiet approach. Up until now, this is about to end in a grenade. Just buying the time, seeing if they can catch anybody. Flying through the sky at the speed of light. Jumps right onto the last target as he swings past everybody. But the elimination's actually going in the direction of Naga. He's just up in the sky, suppressive fire coming down, and whilst the Hulk is still being a bit of a pain to deal with, everybody's backed up into a room against a Human Torch. This doesn't seem like the approach, and especially when that shotgun comes out from Melio, you're going to be sent back to the spawn doors for the time being.
And this is the risk of this composition. If you don't find a pickup, you can start to get staggered very effectively, and that's exactly what we saw. Demon was the last to go down, but that's because they were so busy trying to find someone and being blocked out by, trust me, they got a really good reactionary Iron Bulwark to prevent that, and now that means Rad have momentum. Rivars on this Captain America to keep some pressure onto the backline, and Insomnia are forced to retreat here. It's all about not getting caught by this Wolverine, speaking of which, here he comes, the angriest, most Canadian missile.
Oh, good grief. Naga's trying to control the skies as much as possible. Has to dodge those missiles that are coming through. But Melio seems to be really coming into his own as well now. He does have the final judgment, just sat on top of it for now, seeing if he can get some more expenditure out of Insomnia. We do see the Yarn Amplifier being used, and well, we're going to see much. I don't know how Demon is able to see much when it comes to the space and the speed that he's traveling at, but he's being so annoying. Rad is still keeping things ticking, and ultimates are plenty.
How do you play this indoors? It's just 90% ceiling, and they're still finding pickup.
Going again.
Throw, trying to get onto anyone, chasing down Rajo, but they're too fast on the Captain America. Here comes Melio. Oh, that's an unfortunate place to be. Banner getting absolutely taken down, trapped by the transforming map. Karmic Revival, though, brings back the team. Lurkin will be the one to fall. Not getting revived, just out of time as Demon final stand sent from downtown is enough to take out Naga, but Melio still stands tall, utilizing that extra bonus help from the freedom charge of Captain America, and they are pushing on back.
Melio just using the close quarters to his advantage, but the be right backs, the Karmic Revivals, Insomnia GG are just, it's attrition, it's bodies, it's zerging the point as much as he possibly can, but it hasn't stopped Rad getting to the end with not only a good chunk of time, but more than Insomnia were able to get.
5 minutes to go, but yeah, Insomnia have a multiple revive composition, so they might have what they need to try and delay. But the fact is, they're kind of getting picked off. There's a lot more room, though, now for Demon to maneuver here to try and get these pickups. Melio positioning far forward to try and zone away early to make some space. Here comes... There was a little bit of a swap, even noticing I was knocked out, swapped onto the Namor here.
It was a clean engagement, but not quite bringing them down to ground. Melio using this bulwark to allow to get closer. The shotgun damage is just seeing if he can force more out. Nocta actually switching over to the Namor as a curious ones, and there's more. Grabs up Melio, that final judgment, having a bulwark to just keep him going. The pocket meta is real. Moxie is talking about this aplenty, and Melio showing that Rad, with 4 minutes on the clock, looking to keep themselves a great big time bank to work with. Nocta, however, does have the Horn of Proteus to work with, but where on earth do you put it with everything going on? You've just got this big ball of metal, invisible boundary, and a giant whale flying across the screen, and then Demon now and again flying across the screen.
Demon's trying to buy time, but that Eternal Bond is buying so much time. Final stand pushes 2 people off the point, but takes themselves off the point as well. Rushing back in as quick as they can. That's going to be the freedom charge, giving all that bonus help and looking to try and hold them in the spawn. But positioning-wise, Insomnia do have more people on the board, locking down the cap. Relaxing Nice brought back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon, but Demon taken out by the one Crook. They're so close to the spawn. If they can just delay this. Hulk is one of the best delayers in the game. So hard to take down, but Satanopoulos is taken down into that banner. That's a psionic seduction to try and zone them out to shut down any of these defensive abilities, but the shield from Mag is buying the time. Everyone is still fighting. Hulk's coming back. Lurkin with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier is going to expire, and they've driven back Rad.
There's still so much time. It's a good fight for Insomnia to be winning, but you've just got to do that for another 3 minutes in the end. Are there going to be any changes that you need to make? Nocta moving over to the Namor, I think has done quite a lot to just get some poke, and certainly the squids thrown down are just going to be a little bit more awkward for the likes of Rajara that's trying to jump in a little bit more. Good grief. So far, these maps have been an absolute sweat fest. And there's the catch. He's trying to get on the Human Torch, just over on the vapes, I suppose, in the air, in the sky that he leaves behind. His final judgment from Melio seems to be the go-to. He is shut down emphatically now as Naga pulls out the Supernova up in the sky, brought down to ground, back down to earth from Demon, who has been the namesake. He's been ridiculous. How do Rad deal with him? He's just such a thorn in their side.
They're running out of bodies though. Down goes Banner. The cart moves in. Who is left? Who can touch this cart? It will be held. It will be delayed, but they clean out Demon. 2 meters and 50 centimeters remaining. Taken out the Battle Rebirth, being to keep them off the point as there's an attempted delay from Nocta on the Iron Fist. Now the rocket comes in. 1 body at a time, but it's not enough as Rad will hit the triple with 1 minute and 30 left.
One chance, an extra bit of time for Insomnia to try to get progression on the board. But this is giving me flashbacks to last week. They had a minute, they managed to push the point all the way to the end of the map. The problem is, this is Rad that we're talking about here. And whilst Insomnia would be really happy that they were able to finish out the map in the way that they did, the fact that Rad were able to do it with like a couple of minutes still on the board, even with this strategy of the Wolverine being thrown in the sky, trying to anti-air some of the stuff that Rad have been doing, it's one element, one facet that they need to keep track of and nail down.
Demon is going to swap off. They are bringing out Emma Frost. They are bringing out the Penny. They're on attack, I believe, so they are probably just armoring up. The Demon on the Emma implies that they are actually going to roll out with that, meaning that we may see a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. Okay, they do swap off at the last moment. They are going to stick with Wolverine.
Original, Johnny. But you've added a
All right,
flair.
transfer Insomnia. Maybe not going to get the same freedom as you got last time. I gotta say, Nocta has been really impressive. I feel like we were sort of looking into it, going into players like, okay, which players have played the most heroes, certainly from different categories, and Nocta is climbing up that list, even just from today. Moving over to that Emma Frost, as the triple Vanguard seems to be something that's locked in. A bit more of a brawl on point. If Rad are not careful, they might just get ran over by this locomotive. Demon thrown in, knocked down to the low ground, and you could already see immediately the Insomnia GG putting their butts over onto the objective, saying to Rad, you've got to move us. Haven't quite got to 33% yet, which is going to be that first point, I suppose, of progression that they need to hold on to. But eliminations are coming through for them in the end.
They're pushing on in. Soulbond protected against the first initial engage. Relaxing Knights will go down. Naga takes out Nocta, but Demon and Center Noblin are pushing on in. That is likely going to be a point number 1. Portal to attempt to reinforce, but it's too late. Just going to have to let that go. Trust me pulls back so they can teleport to the further back spawn point and not get caught out of position.
All right, this feels eerily familiar. And they know now that Insomnia, that this is a momentum game. And, well, forward momentum is something the Demons had been thrusted into, but he doesn't have that team up anymore, so it's going to have to be a bit more moderate in how he's playing so far. But Rad, knowing that this is an important fight to win, and I guess most importantly, it's one to not lose. There comes that suppressive fire, just these flames thrown on the ground, the triangle making this an awkward wall for Insomnia to traverse around. The Demon's trying to pull people in, spots Rajara that might have overextended slightly, but he's able to disengage nicely. Melio, that final judgment looming, waiting, seeing if he could force a little bit more out yet again, as lurking the arm amplifier, maybe giving Demon enough damage to take down Rajaro, and now there's no more waiting. They don't want to get any further. They want to shut this down now to Rad, but this final judgment, even with the help of the invisible boundary, not catching too much up until Nocta's taken out. The Be Right Back's brought back Nocta. He has the counter revival, so things can keep on going as this momentum for Insomnia, they're used to playing on it on this part of the map, might be enough to tinker things onto point B.
The problem is they have this Wolverine, they have this Strange, they have AMER. Some of them will sometimes fight off the point, and they are trickling down their overtime. The card is creeping forward slowly but steadily as Trust Me has taken on the rear flank, getting a lot of damage onto these backliners. Aya Magamoto sent deep into the backline. Force Physics pushes them off the point, but they need to make sure someone's there trying to block out Melio from that shotgun as they push on in Demon, going aggro, but they are cleaned up, and that is going to be a hold. One extra point, 127 meters.
Not bad considering. Insomnia with a minute, not quite pushing it to the end of the map, but again, matching that hard. Very, very, very hard. And just some of these fights have been amazing to watch. We sort of expected it to be a little bit more like this on Domination, right, Tetra? Of just these two teams rolling it out, long overtimes to separate the two teams. But I think it has been a different factor. It has been Naga. It really does feel like it. There's so many fights that are like, okay, we're watching Melio. The final judgments come in. He hasn't got a pick. Oh, just as I was saying, nothing came of it. Naga finally just gets the burst combo down onto somebody, and everything's able to set up from that point. Now it is Rad's chance to attack, and I don't see a Doctor Strange just yet to go for a portal play. I'm curious on what the direction is going to be as we see Sentinoblin go back over to the Hulk. Demon looking to be picked up and thrown around just a little tad more.
This time they are bringing that in the border as well. A little bit more defensive here, less vanguards, but more DPS to try and push people off the point. We do see that advanced rocket-packed lunge now featuring more spiders from the side of Rad to make sure that everyone is topped up, armored up to make their way in. 30 final hits for Naga, you talked about it, but they are doing so much for their team right now with the help of Trust Me, keeping them topped up with those iron bulwarks to make sure that they have these opportunities to just hopefully not get picked off by this Wolverine.
2.5 minutes there or thereabouts for Rad to take the first objective and then push it about 125 meters. Past some of the treacherous chokes that Insomnia know how to play around. We've seen it. This has been a good map for them historically. That's why they chose it. But Ultimates, 0% for everybody. It feels like who's going to be able to get there first is going to have a great big advantage. And it's actually Lurkin that seems to be making a good amount of progression. Even Nocturne has moved back over to the Namor, might have a Horn of Proteus before anybody else is really able to get going. Unfortunately, I spoke too soon. He's eliminated. The Be Right Back is going to bring him into the fold yet again, and Crook taken down by the counterpart over on Invisible Woman.
Naga being able to wrap around, playing inside a little bit to make sure that they have some defense. Gets caught out, chased down, and that's what we need to see. Second that iron bulwark's down, a Demon needs to come flying in. Lovely force physics, and they're holding a little longer. Ryan, they're starting to believe. Insomnia with that battle rebirth beacon, that extra revive from that rocket armor spawner are starting to hold out. Rad forced to regroup and push in again, but they're starting to get close to the strategist ultimates.
Made a third, but that progression isn't going to matter if they don't get things moving in a minute's time. Rajaro trying to find Nocturne up on their lonesome, but Demon flying into the rescue like the superhero that he is just holding in this sort of little alcove, not fighting on the point, but there's enough of a contest there. I'm not too sure who's really playing on this point right now to try to keep things going. It must be one of the vanguards. Relaxing Knight is taking a huge chunk of damage though. Sentinoblin sent back down to Bruce Banner form, brought back, so the Hulk is going to just keep resetting things going. And now Rajaro fighting on the objective with that freedom charge. Still, the point is not ticking up, and Insomnia just immovable from the looks of it. Supernova from Naga has to be dedicated to just be the difference maker. Meteor M sent onto Bruce Banner as he's being reset down to the lower form, and now Rad with 20 seconds left. I'm not going to have any more allocated time if they take this overtime to keep things going, and just in time too.
It's not low-key, but no resurrections this time. The Battle Rebirth Beacon burn a little bit early for Insomnia. While they've been trying to catch people with Demon, Nocta is getting targeted. We saw the rush in by Rajaro. One of the characters is Captain America that we do see the Namor have a little bit more trouble with, because Namor can deal with the squishier divers because the squids will focus them down, but Cap is a bit too tanky and much harder to deal with. Demon finds Melio, forced to try and save the day. Iron Bull one, all of the resources being burned to Melio, and they sustain through, dropping final judgment for the turnaround, and they are punishing Insomnia. Overtime is being held. The Eternal Bond, the finish line is within sight, and Rad are creeping towards it.
There's maybe another fight in it for Insomnia, and I think one thing that the Wolverine has been doing well has just been causing a little bit more chaos. It's like everybody has a plan until they're punched in the face, or everybody has a plan until they have a Wolverine diving at them from 400 miles an hour in the sky. But Rad are very good at taking these fights. They're not really that well phased, and you have Naga jump to the air, the double jump, the double catch on him. He's still able to survive, mostly because of trust these bulwarks that have kept things alive in favor of Rad. The payload stopping for the time being, and overtime is starting to dwindle down a good amount, a treacherous amount for Rad. It's now pretty much on the precipice. Insomnia just seeing if they can pull somebody off, and when your main damage dealer, the Duelist of Naga's up in the sky, it's one less body to get things going. A portal required. Look how close the overtime is at the top of the screen. It's down to a little flicker of hope for Insomnia, and that payload still needs to move a good 10 meters. That's the pick. That might be a force of a reset. Lurker not having the Bira back is going to keep things just right on the precipice. Tetridus is going all of the distance. It's down to a wire of 4 meters, and Rad pushed to the end, catching Forever out. It's just enough. Rad take this series 2-0, but you cannot say that this was a close one.
I would be terrified if I saw this matchup and I had to play against Insomnia in the playoffs. They just pulled what was almost an insane comeback. That draft is tough to deal with, but we did see Rad deal with it, utilizing some incredible Iron Bulwarks, utilizing that Supernova exactly when it was needed, even flanking Magneto at times to try and make sure they could get some knockbacks into their own team to set up some of those eliminations. This is what happens when Magda slip through the ban phase. No, this is why we did see Insomnia ban out the AMER Frost as opposed to the Mag, because this comp's going to get shut down by a Carbon Crush. But Magneto, with the shields, may have saved their team the game there. That was so impressive from Rad.
60 eliminations went in for Naga, almost 40 final blows. Shows just how much of an irritating factor he was. And then you got Melio putting out almost like 60, 70 K's worth of damage. If you're a Vanguard playing into this, that's a lot of mitigation that you have to do. If you're a strategist, that's so much healing that you need to do to just keep things even. I love the ideas that Insomnia brought into this one. It was so much fun. And I really would have liked to seen us go to a third map, but the way that Insomnia plays, the chaos that they are happy to form and thrive in, it works for most teams, but Rad have been together for so long. They're used to playing off of this. They're used to the chaos. And that was the defining factor in this series to keep Rad up on top and into the grand final of their respective group.
Nicely done. They will make their way on, like you say, into the grand final of their group. And it's gonna be a tough one. We already are starting to get this bracket filled out. We have Rad Esports moving on to, well, wait to see who will win between Insomnia and Vertus Pro in the lower bracket of that group. And that's not going to be fun for Insomnia. After one of the toughest games of their tournament lives, they got to do it again.
Yeah. I mean, I also think it's a case of like, okay, Insomnia was seen not really, I wouldn't say respected, but I'd say that they were just not really given the same time of day of like the Vertus Pro, the Berber Patim, and even like Zero Tenacity, I think, turned a couple of heads. I think Insomnia, you have to definitely look as somebody that can make potentially a top 4 finish, maybe even top 2, but there's so many like strong teams that you have to take out along the way. You have to really iron out some of those issues and some of the problems that you ran into going into those games up against the likes of Berber Patapim or Rad again or Vertus Pro. But this Insomnia team, I'm really excited to see more of them for next week, that's for sure. And also for tomorrow as well.
yeah, we get more games for them tomorrow. Get that game versus Vertus Pro, and we get to see them next week in the playoffs because all these teams are qualified. They're competing for seeding right now. But that was such a monstrous performance to do that, to get that far. And the fact is, Insomnia are now playing with some of the best teams in the world right now. I'll go out and say it. I'm an EMEA believer.
Sure.
They are just going to keep getting better and better as time goes on and just get scarier and scarier. But the same can be said for Rad taking down the Kings, now taking down the team that a lot of people were saying is one of the sleeper scariest teams out there. Rad are on a roll right now.
For sure. They still haven't dropped a map at all. And we do have Fate, or Fat as they were called in game for the interview. So you're going to be in the grand final a little later on. The first question I have, how much of a pain in the ass was that Wolverine to deal with? Because every time we cut to them, he was just flying through the air, catching somebody. Like, what were the comms like when you just have Demon flying across your screen at like Mach 4 that consistently?
It was definitely not dealt with great. That second map was not so good. I think Demon got a lot of value on the Wolverine, but I think also Crook managed to get a lot of pulls, which is good.
You guys absolutely turned that round, like you said. You got some really good iron bulwarks. You had some great force physics to turn that round. But going it from a game number 1 where you had so much momentum into a game like that with the mental reset, how much did you come to expect of this? Because we have been seeing some similar things, but nothing like that with the Hulk.
Honestly, we kind of went into the second map thinking like, okay, let's try and change things up. Let's go for a different matchup to like, I mean, keep them thinking, right? Our original comp we rolled out on, maybe it didn't work so well, but I think after we swapped comp, I think this map was a lot more one-sided.
What was the initial idea for that comp? Because we saw a little bit of Jeff as well, so
yeah,
the plan, reveal as much as you like. I don't want you to reveal too much, but
yeah.
It's the general understanding.
I mean, it's just like it's the VP comp that we ran against VP on the first map, which worked pretty well. I think the Jeff Storm is just like getting weaker and weaker as time goes on, though. I think as more teams learn to play against it.
So you guys are now in that upper bracket grand final. You will be playing against, for your seeding, either Insomnia again or Vertus Pro again. Both teams you have already beaten. Do you have a preference?
I mean, preference would be VP, just because we want to keep proving to the world that we are better than VP. So
I'm curious of what the fallout has been like from last week Vertus Pro's like win, because you guys have been like pretty much right behind them when you were on OG, when you were sort of playing in these other tournaments. Like now, Berber Pabin might be a little bit more scary, I suppose. Sorry,
yeah.
And then you guys as well for LG beforehand, just able to like scare them, I suppose. But now that you've actually been able to beat them, do you have like a lot of DMs from like other teams and coaches be like, hey, good job, can you give us any help with like the draft stuff? Because it seems to be you leading the line on this like cloak and dagger stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, I think like our team has a very, very good grasp on the meta. We've had I was talking to, I'm not going to say the team name, but I know a lot of our teammates have been helping out other teams, trying to help them win. I think it's a good patch for us. I think Berber, Patapim are very, very strong. I think they're definitely the team to beat this tournament. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Is there any shout-outs you'd like to give after what is an incredible win and reaching those grand finals for your group?
I mean, shout out to my whole team. Shout out Sestroid for, I mean, hasn't been able to play any series yet, but he's definitely going to show his name this tournament. So you guys can watch out for that.
Ooh. Fitting in the wings.
Sestroid is a scary name indeed to be kept in the back, ready to be dropped when needed. Thank you very much for joining us, Fate, and good luck in those grand finals for the group.
Appreciate that.
I do wonder why he changed his name to Fat in the game.
Misclick.
It's an odd one. Yeah, I guess so, because it is like a different client, so maybe it's just putting in your name different each and every time. But it is nice to see that parity of like Vertus Pro and like Rad, Berber Papin like really close down, that it makes this EMEA stage a lot more exciting. And honestly, I would say for Vertus Pro Insomnia tomorrow, I don't think that's going to be a cut and dry 3-0, because it's a best of 5 as well for Vertus Pro. I do think that Insomnia can scare them in some elements.
We've got some tough matchups coming out. Those games are just going to be heat. But you know what else is heat? Moon Knight, as they have a new skin. There are some new stuff available for you with the with the Phoenix for the Moon Knight. Phoenix Knight coming in here, available today. And the Binary Fist for the Iron Fist. Incredible screens. I love these binary skins, especially the Magneto. And this Iron Fist looks so good. And the Moon Knight looking absolutely gorgeous right now, sending in a little bit of a different color scheme to usual to make it a little bit more interesting and to show off to your friends. Available in-game now.
Yeah, the one thing I haven't checked, because I saw it in-game, is I wonder if it has like the robotic voice lines like the Magneto one has, which is the one that I'm hunting down at the moment, so definitely worth checking out. But whilst we are in the summer solstice, midsummer is tomorrow, the games are certainly like long in the same way, and the sun hasn't quite set on today's games. We still have one last best of 3 to play, as we'll see Berber Pat's been playing up against Zero Tenacity right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through
사라지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해
Boy, it's a hot one, and the games keep on coming for EMEA Ignite. Certainly everything is pretty much on fire for some teams, but some really setting themselves a nice blaze of glory to go behind. Berber Patspim, we're sort of looking over from the group away from Rad, from Vertus Pro, and it feels like it's been easy green scenery for them so far. The grand finals is their goal over on Sunday for Group A, but they have zero tenacity to get over, and Knutson is very keen on reminding people that they are underestimated, and that is punishing the teams that do so.
They've had a pretty good run so far. Neither of these teams have dropped a map similar to what we saw a little bit on the other side of the bracket. Can they keep this journey going? As we're going to have a look over here at exactly what's coming up. This terrifying roster. Berber Patapim, some players from LG, some players from OG. These are some of the strongest players that have come together originally with the explicit goal of becoming champions by taking down Vertus Pro. Now they just have to get to the #1 seed in this group by taking down Zero Tenacity. Big shout out to Tanuki, is one of the players who we've been keeping a massive eye on due to how strong they have been on so many heroes. They used to be a Jeff merchant before that was changed. That's how flexible this team is.
Oh yeah, we see the Black Panther enough. There's going to be some cases of it. This Berber Patspim team, a second place finish, at least its call was in the Invitational under the OG banner, and in various tournaments including Fight Night, they've really made these series close against Vertus Pro. Now they're certainly seeing like blood in the water, and Enzo was very, very keen on like, okay, we want to be the team that beats Vertus Pro first. They haven't been able to be that, but they haven't had the chance to play it up until now, so they're probably gunning for them at playoffs if they can get a pretty good seed. Zero Tenacity, however, like I mentioned, overlooked, and I think some of the elements of it, you know, Winey's been really impressive, Ducky as a main vanguard has been somebody to keep an eye on. And whilst I mentioned Canuta before, Lugia is the one that really leaves you scratching your head or just watching in awe, because they have been flicking between the roles so consistently, it's hard to even know what his main character is.
Lugia coming out here, literally calling on the first day of play, let me play Wolverine, I don't care if I'm a vanguard, I will carry. And they earned it. They played it, they were right. And Knutson have been having such a lovely time on this Iron Man, but a lot of this comes down to the cosmic level of organic team play that we do see from Zero Tenacity. They are playing together so effectively, including bringing out stuff like that Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just also seems like from speaking to Knutson, it is just like a vibes-based team. When things are going well, they have such contagious, energetic attitudes, and things are working well. Like we saw that multi-pick with the Iron Man Ultimate right into that corner. That is off the back of the Emma Frost on the other side using the Psionic Seduction to push people in. So there is a bit of coordination there. It wasn't timing, it wasn't luck, it was really this C10 team showing that they have the bodies and the experience to go up against the big guns. But you're going up against the top dogs over in this group. And Berber Patapim really wanted to show that whilst everybody's talking about Rad and singing their praises or thinking that Vertus Pro is going to make that resurgence, that they belong in that discussion. Hell's Heaven going to be the first map of this best of 3.
We are heading in. Berber Patapim, they are one of the teams who would definitely rather let through Emma than the Magneto, so that will be a big focus for both teams here. We've also seen Berber batting a little bit differently. They would rather let through Emma to ban strategists, and they would rather protect Captain America late, and if they could get their hands on Magneto, they have always gone for it, much like a lot of the other teams.
Now, Zero Tenacity have been one of the early proprietors, I think, towards that triple strategist lineup too. And definitely opening the roles in between one another. The Captain America, the first actual lock-in for Berber Patapim is interesting. Because, yeah, you have, like, Polly, you have, like, I think Enzo could pick it up if he needs to in a dash. But it's the fact that, like, the Emma Frost is going to be taken out here alongside the Magneto. And then the Human Torch is banned out. Berber Patapim going off the beaten path, it seems like, when it comes to what we expect from a draft.
This means we may be seeing a different frontline for Berber Patapim, as so far Enzo has mostly played Magneto and Hulk in this tournament, a little bit more flexible here. So with Cap already being put on the board for them and getting their Human Torch for Tanuki, Berber Patapim are getting a lot of the stuff that they would normally like at the cost of Zero Tenacity dominating the draft when it comes to the usual suspect bans, going for a more standard pick and draft phase and getting their hands on the Lunar Snow that is allowed through thanks to Berber Patapim prioritizing their own picks.
Loki hasn't been banned out actually on the side.
Oh, you're right.
So, actually are able to grab both of them potentially, right? So it's...
Pick your hero.
This is really interesting because it does feel a bit of a Patapim. Everybody else is sort of going for the meta. Zero Tenacity. Okay, this is what Rad and Vertus Pro were doing. Let's see if we can sort of take something similar. Berber Patapim are like, huh, what? Like, we're doing our own thing. And it's whether that own thing is going to be actually good enough to beat a Zero Tenacity team like this.
Very interesting. We're going to be seeing Zero Tenacity looking at this classic version of the Guardians composition with Luna, along with that Mantis and, of course, the Mantis and the Adam Warlock there. On the other side, we're just seeing a lot of stuff that Berber Patapim like to play, but currently hovering on the Wolverine. We'll see if that makes it out of Spawn compared to that Human Torch or Tanuki on the Psylocke, because currently that has been picked up by Pokey.
I love that you said just like they're on a lot of stuff. It's like that's pretty much the only way that you can sum up what Berber Patapim's going to do, because it's just a bit like they seem a little bit like we'll work it out. But here, I think it's fair to say, Tetcher, the like Berber Patapim are the favourites. Just the history, the results that they've had. You would expect them to be coming out of this group as the top team. Maybe we'd expect to see these teams in the grand finals of their group over on Sunday. But Zero Tenacity, they've done a really good job at shutting people like me up and really breaking a lot of pick'ems. Here would be a great start to really turn some heads.
Berber Patapim have basically got almost all of their preferences here. We look at what they've been wanting to play. Pokey on their Psylocke. We see Tanuki on that Torch. Polly's on the Captain America. Zero Tenacity. If they win this, they have shown that they deserve it. And they are bringing a more interesting composition, realizing they're going to go up against this Cap and this Psylocke. They have brought the thing to try and lock them down and stop these hypermobile characters from moving as much.
I mean, he's a very good character. What he does is just so many people seem to move away from him after the Invitational. So he's going to take a bit of a slog, but that seems to just suit him just fine, and he keeps adding to my list of favorite players to watch because of stuff like this. You do also have like some more support help with the triple strategist lineup, so you've got the real sustenance to keep yourself going, but it's not going to stop Tanuki finding that first pick over onto Lugia just as the Soul Resurgence comes in from Oasis. It's not going to matter. Ken actually decides to switch over and just left click down on the cloak to cut things through. And Berber Patapim, been a bit more of a grueling fight. It's taken a good amount of time. They managed to get the reset over onto Zero Tenacity and the point first.
They actually managed to get a final hit with the Terror Cape. Not the damage boost from it, the actual cape itself, the 55 damage cape. They were able to land a final hit with it. As such, a long first fight, but Berber Patapim, on all of their favourites, are able to take early control.
Let's see if what happens with this thing dedication. Clobbering time close. I mean, yeah, definitely if you're Pokey, he's had to pull out the Dance of the Butterfly. Look at his HP. He is pretty much on a pixel, a sliver of health, and Tanuki uses that as a chance of a counterattack. It's almost like Zero Tenacity got pulled into the fight to hunt down Pokey as he escapes, and it opens up the door for Tanuki to set the kitchen right on fire.
What a stagger we're about to see, Mantis. They're literally just keeping them here for as long as possible to go for the stacks. They know that the cocoon is not back. That's so much time burned by Berber and Patapim. They are playing for keeps here.
Very least for Z10, you have got some really nice ultimates available. You've got Soul Resurgence on in a second, but 4 others good to go. Hammer Revival available for Knuten, but he also wants to be the main thing that's getting this burst damage in, and finally picks up Berber Patterman. I feel like they haven't really gone down all that much in these engagements. They've just been too long, they've been too frustrating. And you do have like the Eternal Bonds ready to go. Alex is going to be the one that starts it up first. Ken has got the copy available with his ultimate. It's just waiting for probably to grab another Cloak and Dagger to get the Eternal Bond up yet again. This Galactic Legend from Smashness not finding any real discernible damage. And Enzo's actually the one that gets caught out. The Psionic Seduction pulling him out into the open to just be focused in down. Polly running in onto the site, rolling as much as he can, forward, backwards, trying to see what direction this fight wants to be taken in for Berber Patterman, as they've made the point at least to a 99% progression. They're finding that first elimination there too, but there's people being brought back. Knuten actually goes down. The Camera Revival was available, but it's just too awkward of an engagement. Berber Patterman diving in, poking and prodding with Pokey, makes this a very clean 100% to 0.
And this is what happens when you let Berber Patapim play exactly what they want. And we do see Zero Tenacity starting to struggle at this early stage, bringing out this Star-Lord composition, trying the thing, believing they can protect their backline most effectively. But Tanuki has been playing this for months now. Since that Johnny Storm, that Human Torch has been released, they have been rolling it and doing so much work. And as such, even though we did see the attempt from Smashness to try and track them down with that Star-Lord, to try and win the duels, which Star-Lord is so good at, it's always the movement from Tanuki that keeps them up and keeps them in a protected position. Only 4 final hits onto the members of Berber Patapim, and they are on Enzo, who's of course in the front line, and Tanuki, who is going to be your target, but that is still not a lot in the grand scheme of things. Under half the amount that Berber Patapim have been able to achieve.
Strategists surviving. That Alex Ken combination has been super strong and super fun to watch in all of the tournaments that they've played, but now that there's a lot less Luna and Loki on the table, we haven't really got to see Ken on Loki for quite some time, it feels like. So he has the freedom, obviously, to put a lot of pressure into saving it early on in the draft. Oh, actually, no, it was like completely open. It wasn't even saved. It was just not a priority for Zero Tenacity to take it off the board. That could maybe bite them in the backside if they're not careful. The Soul Resurgence found for Oasis. You have got the Camera Revival. Smashness has gone down. Newton's going to bring it down now. We've seen if Luigi is actually going to move over to the Wolverine, so some of these Resurrects are going to keep this fight going for Zero Tenacity. But that is a superb Eye of Agamotto from Enzo. It catches on to 4, but a Karmic Revival, even just the combinations actually that are coming from the team up, are just bringing back these Guardians into this engagement. Knuten back twice after going down twice, finds a pick to make this a bit more of a slog. Berber Patapim forced to make this a little bit more grueling. They do have the copy coming in from the God of Mischief from Ken. They also have that Freedom Charge to sit on. I don't think it's going to be needed here, Tetcher. They managed to grab.
Zero Tenacity zoned away. They went back to the well of Solo Vanguard, but this time with triple strategists as opposed to the double that they've been running previously. Tanuki even snipes Oasis once again, creating quite the stagger. And Zero Tenacity, when you're getting staggered to this degree, it might be time to swap up the composition, because if your opponent can control your spawn this much, then you need to change something up. They brought out that Wolverine to try and change this, but they can't make the win. They normally wouldn't be picking up the Human Torch to try and add that third duelist here, but it was banned out because Berber Patapim came prepared.
And so the butterflies for Pokey. Seeing if you could just cut somebody away. Obviously that damage is going to be spread out if he gets multiple targets, so he's trying to catch people right on the radius. You like this aggression that's coming in from Smashness, and it's really making Berber Patapim have to readjust where they're playing from. A last stand was used from Lugia, but Tanuki's not going to let him go out without a fight. There's a Dance of the Butterfly finding the backline. That duo that hasn't died at all so far, I think, this map. Trying to get taken out together. That might be enough space for Zero Tenacity to work with, but Pokey's got something to say about that too. He takes out Knut and it has the Karmic Revival again. Vertus Pro just finding the right targets at the right time.
Zero Tenacity are winning this fight, but like you said, Vertus Pro are picking off people to the point where they're delaying this for so long. All that delay that we saw from Polly has allowed Ken to respawn, get an ultimate off, and keep the team topped up as the second Eternal Bond comes in. Two in the same fight as they push on in. Terra Cape to drop some extra damage, allowing for Supernova right in the doorway to take down Ducky. And Zero Tenacity are starting to run low. Karmic Revival's going to be coming back to give them that extra reinforcement. Smashness is revived and immediately picked off for a second time.
Oh my god. It's just right on top of the Karmic Revival. You come back in, it's from the frying pan into the fire, quite literally from Tanuki. It's every time that Zero Tenacity look like they're going to have a bit of a response, he shuts them down, puts out that flame, and Vertus Pro a 2-0. I don't think Zero Tenacity able to get much on the board, if at all. A map down very early on in this upper bracket final.
This is why you see the ban against the Captain America. Keeping control of the board, delaying for as long as possible, and very few people have been playing it for as long or as effectively as Polly. Polly believed in this even when a lot of other teams didn't, and they delayed, only getting taken down once, getting 6 final hits, 18 total KOs, 9k damage more than Lugia, only 5k less than Smash. They had so much control of delaying and pressuring that backline to give all the freedom over to Tanuki, who just got multi-kill after multi-kill, while Pokey picks up any scraps.
Overlooked, it feels like, for Human Torch in some elements. It's not even really the meta, like the nerfs that came in, yeah, are gonna just take away at him for the most part. And a character that was always the first ban on either side when we saw teams initially trying out this advanced pick and ban system in third-party tournaments really has changed an awful lot, and Tanuki just sort of showing that maybe we should move back in that direction to an extent, because he can't be getting away with this.
We saw a lot of people, like you said, move off the Human Torch when the patch came out, especially in those open qualifiers, and then immediately swap back to it as the teams are starting to show that, yeah, Johnny Storm's still really good. You have a character who has damage over time with those extra flame shots. You have a character with burst damage with that shotgun-like attack, and the flaming meteor, which also has crowd control and gives him bonus health, and he has one of the highest damage ultimates in the game with the Supernova, and he flies. What can this character not do?
I mean, what can Tanuki not do? It doesn't seem to really matter what character that he's playing on, but if you give LeBron the ball, he's going to score. I feel like, I mean, my head is shining like a basketball at this rate just from this, but there's still a bit more action at least to come at this rate. Zero Tenacity have a chance to bounce back in his best of 3, make their way into the upper grand final for their group, but we do have a break very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and
Berber Patapim have been playing so well right now. They put win into the model and it spat out this team. They are dominating so far against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been more one-sided towards them than I expected. Like, maybe it's just me putting a little bit too much, not too much stock onto Z10, because that sounds like they can't do the damage, but more so that, like, this Berber Patapim team is a sort of a league ahead. Like, it's been somewhat of a disappointment that they are in separate groups to Rad and Vertus Pro, but also exciting in the end that, like, we keep them separate, that we get to go into that playoffs and really mix things up to see who are going to be like the top 3 finishers for EMEA, who's obviously going to come out on top in first place, but ultimately whether people's tier lists of teams are going to be accurate or not, because right now it's been so hard to juggle what teams are sort of feeling currently.
And at this point, I really do feel strongly that Zero Tenacity need to pull a low 9 and just start banning targeted. Yeah, your opponents are going to get Luna. Yeah, they're going to get a lot of this more powerful stuff, and maybe even the Loki again. But that Cap, that Psylocke, that Torch, it's just so hard to deal with. And surely it might be worth taking away at least 1 or 2 of them.
Ariko is actually where Zero Tenacity are going to take us, which we have seen from them a little bit. I think teams picking into them this map. But there was a couple of really nice ideas from Knuten, certainly with like using the right click from Punisher as a boost to jump on top of the actual payload, the big Giga Groot himself, and set Pretoria right on top of his noggin whilst it's moving along. And then just all of these different positions that you can play from. So there's some really cute tech to keep an eye out for with Zero Tenacity over on Ariko, the latest map added into the pool. Berber Patapim, we've seen them play it, third party tournaments yet again, but the meta is a little bit different now than it was back then.
We are going to be seeing once again so far Berber Patapim getting their choices. Also, the team's helping us with our pushing off the Twitch drops today. Several magics being shown on Zero Tenacity. I don't think that'll make it out, but you can still rock that new magic Will of Galacta costume just by watching the Marvel Rivals Ignite games for all these regions and for selected other streams. So you are already winning just by watching, and while we may not see the magic, you can see it in your games. As again, Berber Patapim, they're gonna get the Psylocke as well. Zero Tenacity have not adjusted their ban strats other than taking out Loki this time.
Yeah, it really feels a Berber Patapim not afraid to really make it quite simple for themselves. Just giving the likes of Polly over to Captain America, giving Tanuki the Psylocke. It's not really going to matter too much what the rest of the team goes to an extent. But it was, you know, when we sort of saw that Dance of the Butterflies come out from, it would have been Schmasnes, and it catches Alex and Ken. That was the only eliminations they had against them that entire map. It was just a double K with the Dance of the Butterflies. Alex and Ken have just been such a difficult combo to uproot. the way that they play off of each other, the way that they play off some of these old OG core members like Enzo and Tanuki. It's the fact that Polly and Pokey have slotted in so nicely for this squad that makes them so scary in the first place. But it does mean that we do get Bubba Patapim having a Captain America on their side, and as the last ban, they've denied it from Z10.
That is so smart. We did, for starters, thank you Zero Tenacity for banning out that Human Torch, or at least targeting one of these options, and Tanuki is currently hovering Iron Fist. Don't know if that will make it out of base. But what we did see is them get their hands on that Lunar Snow, because it was let through. Bubba Patapim were focusing more on banning out the standards and picking what they like. So they had the Lunar Snow. That puts the risk of the Psylocke Captain America backline dive combo significantly higher. Now, while Venom can still replace it, the Captain America is the go-to when it comes to EMEA for this rush the backline and try and pick people up strategy, and it works so much better if you have that Snowflake on the Psylocke to try and burst them down. They're still going to allow it, but without that distraction and that setup that the Cap offers.
Seeing a lot of shots from Arako, certainly towards the end of this map. You have to move this old guy around. Z10 wanting to put a turret on top of that as well. If Canuten's going to go in that direction, he's actually going to be on the Iron Man, which we did see quite a lot on Yggdrasil's path. Same sort of game mode. Plenty of advantages for that. And is it the triple DPS, the triple duelist that they've been working towards that they're opting into? Certainly looks like it's Lucius over on the Wolverine again.
They also got their Human Torch banned away, so they have decided that Iron Man is the replacement for that, while the Wolverine and sometimes the Magneto, sometimes the AMER, they've run both, are causing distractions on the low grounds. The aerial flyers with this Ultron, with this, in this case, one of the first Iron Mans we have seen, Newton bringing it back again. They're going to try and siege from above. However, they are getting, once again, we mentioned it before, harassed on the backline as Pokey and Polly are consistently applying pressure, and Tanuki has come to join them on the Star-Lord.
Often overlooked as an option for one of the flyers, Storm and Human Torch especially, taking the majority of the playtime. And Tanuki now over on the Star-Lord, taking a lot of fire and being pulled off of the map. Lucia actually eliminated just as he was about to throw them into the abyss. Means that they actually don't go down at all. Canuten forced to fly back, reset, lick his wounds a little bit. And Pokey just carving on through, building up to 3% away from a Dance of the Butterflies.
Bubba Patapim holding at 58 meters. Half a running track so far is what that Groot has been able to make. Zero Tenacity, they're sticking with the same strat, rolling out. They have that invincible pulse cannon at the ready, but Pokey has been so aggressive on the flank. Here comes Wolverine, has to back out, and they're very nearly getting caught out of position. And we'll use that Emma Frost team up to create a little clone for at least some damage mitigation.
It's the longest day of the year tomorrow, but these have all been pretty short series so far. All 2-0s. Zero Tenacity not really building enough confidence that we might change things here, as already half the time that they've been given, they've been allocated, has dwindled. The positive side is you have 4 ultimates, you almost have all 6. The negative, Bubba Patapim almost have all 6 too.
Unibebe doing good damage. You can't block you can't deflect lasers, but you can block them. Cap trying to hold some time, and Pokey is on the flank. We will see Polly actually getting taken out. Lugia showing the power of this extra Wolverine instead of the second Vanguard with just lockdown potential. But you can't lock down that Diamond form Emma Frost, but it will expire. Blast the Barrage. Fade of both worlds from the Lunar Snow that was allowed through, immediately being matched by the Eternal Bond to try and turn this round. Silent Seduction, but the healing output is so good from Bubba Patapim. They're not able to turn this round, but the second those big strategist ultimates have expired, it's time for Zero Tenacity to hit the go button. Rage of Ultron to start up. They want to force out this invisible boundary from Ken to open up. Invisible Bombs cannon round the corner, but it's blocked off.
Bubba Patapim not had to use anything really. They've held on to pretty much everything other that Eternal Bond that comes through. Zero Tenacity wanted to use it on the attack. Now that they've got some momentum, Tanuki is the one to silence things potentially. There's Polly coming in with a freedom charge. You've got the Dance of the Butterflies from Pokey alongside trying to catch Zero Tenacity as they're disengaging from this fight. Polly and Pokey, the 2 new additions to the squad of Bubba Patapim, comboing perfectly to keep these resets laboured, and there's only 35 seconds left for Z10.
They've almost made it towards point number 1. Trying to roll in. Knuten swapping off of the Iron Man has brought out the Winter Soldier to try and lock down the cap, to try and snipe Tanuki out of the air, to try and stop Pokey from getting away after they set themselves up. One Bionic Hook or Soldier's Fist could be game-changing, but no ultimate. There won't be one for a while. Sonic Seduction from Enzo to try and set up with 10 seconds remaining if they can get some pickups early. Oh, especially onto Lugia, dropping them low off the side to try and take some cover. Lockdown. Oasis will be the one to fall. Lugia picked up on the flank as Tanuki is living up to the legend, the galactic legend, as they clean on up. No one's up here, no one's spawning, and that will be a hold very short here by the side of Furbo Patapim. That is going to be one that is very doable to push in.
Yeah, confident hold, I think, for Berber Patapim. So, like, going into this attacking side, it's really up to Zero Tenacity to have one of the strongest holds that we've seen on this map thus far. It's possible, but it's what adjustments you want to be making. Seeing the likes of the Namor picked up by Smash Nez, potentially. I'm also curious for Berber Patapim if they're going to change up anything at all. Tanuki having the Human Torch non-available for him seems to have not made any difference. And even like the Psylocke of Pokey, he might go over towards the Storm from the looks.
They might be expecting a spawn hold, in which case the Storm and the Squirrel Girl and Moon Knight are the big breakers of these main setups. But the fact is, Tanuki, they were one of the most legendary Jeff players, along with Jerky, when it came to wrapping around and trying to get people with this old style of Jeff. This is the new Jeff. Tanuki was insane on the old style. It's one of our first times seeing him on this new style, and they are committing to it with the extra support. They have Enzo currently on the Punisher. They are running a solo Vanguard of their own.
I believe it's just one elimination for Berber Patapim that they've had against them. And defense of all things too. Zero Tenacity struggling to put the resources in the right place. Now Berber Patapim, Pokey over on the Storm. Oh, actually, yeah, like Mashnez having to back out a little bit more. These squids being broken apart to an extent. Tanuki over on this Jeff, just allowing that pressure to keep things really up into their favor. Getting past this bridge this quickly has to be concerning for Z10.
I'll keep an eye on Pokey. If they get hit by that force fit, by that extra lockdown from the Psionic Vortex, or by that tainted voltage of Knuten, this is when you'll see the opening. This Jeff continuing to keep the team topped up. The healing output from New Jeff is extremely effective here. Polly finds Ducky and Oasis. The card is moving forward. That's gonna be a Terracane to try and burst through Polly, but with that Mind's Aegis, they survive a little bit longer, but will get taken out by Knuten, who finds the double. They're capitalizing. Smash Nez has not been targeted at all here and is getting some great damage on this backline.
And so, still dedicating over to the Punisher. Controller player, by the way. I mean, if you're running close proximity with a shotgun, it's not going to matter too much what your peripherals are. Now, what, there's like 20 meters left to travel, and you're looking at some of the push power. There's Soul Resurgence over for Ken, but also this Omega Hurricane for Pokey. The final judgment's going to be used first, actually. I thought that might have been held on to for a little bit more, but he's still able to get the picks. Enzo, we've highlighted the likes of Tanuki. Well, he's brought out the Hurricane, but it's a Horn of Proteus that sends them both back into spawn.
Smash Nez may have just saved their team this game with that Horn of Proteus. The Namor trying to deal with the AMER, who's the only one left on the point. With 2 minutes to go, Zero Tenacity hold. It's 6 meters between Berber Patapim and those grand finals. But Zero Tenacity, while they have been struggling, they will not go quietly. They are giving everything to try and hold this and take us to a map number 3.
Yeah, Oasis getting a little bit of the love there too from the damage boost from the Fate of Both Worlds. What it means, but that big support ultimate that you have isn't available, nor is the Soul Bond from Whiny. Sorry, the Eternal Bond. Whereas on the side of Berber Patapim, you have an invisible boundary, so you can really dictate where this fight is going from. Lucia over on hold looking to try and brawl a little bit more. Just have the ultimate to just survive if this engagement gets a little bit delayed. Tanuki actually pulling out this fight a little bit deeper, and Enzo switching over towards the Emma Frost, caught out by the hold. And it's looking like this is going to be a bit of an awkward reset from Patspin. It's a bit of a mixed numbers. Never mind, actually, Polly, Pokey, and Ken finding picks as we're sort of seeing on the right-hand side. Might have enough about them, but they have to reclaim this payload and move things along again.
Luigi is going to delay, buy as much time as they can. Enzo coming in with the portal to try and make sure that they can reinforce and get onto this finish line. Here comes the Captain America with the Freedom Charge to give them a little bit of extra bonus health for some healing and try and rush onto these strategists. They come in for the reinforcement. So much pressure. The point is right there. Portals from both sides. Monster Hulk with Hulk Smash. Tanuki trying to avoid it, but Smashness is continuing to be the saving grace for this side on this Namor exactly when it's needed. But Dance of the Butterflies is cleaning up. They finally find the wraparound, trying to get onto Smashness, taking him down, and that is GG with 20 seconds remaining. Burr Patapim clean on up for this first push. They are going to take the round, and they will be moving on to the grand finals of their group.
It's been utter statements from them and Rad. Clean as you like, getting up to the grand finals of their respective groups. Berber Patspim really just proving that they deserve to be in the discussion. And it's an overall team performance, and this team is so comfortable with one another. They're able to blur the lines between the roles that they're playing, right? We saw Enzo for the majority of that playing over on the Punisher, and honestly being enough of a threat to be reckoned with. Zero Tenacity didn't really have too much of a go in. I think the strategist backline has died a total of twice across 2 maps. That goes to show how robust this team is for Berber Patspim and how they have everything they need to genuinely go on and win EMEA Ignite.
Alex, Ken, and Enzo just seem to play incredibly well. In this case, running the blonde party together, just completely dominating with Tanuki bouncing in and out to make sure they're supported. When they're on the Human Torch, they were sieging to make sure that anyone who dived onto their backline was punished. In this case, on that Star-Lord. While they did struggle a little bit, tried to run that Storm composition, realized it wasn't really giving them the ability they want. They went for a Jeff Nado, but Aquatic Blessing, a couple squids, and they were able to hold Zero Tenacity, showing another interesting comp, bringing out the Gamma, but it wasn't enough to hold Berber Patspim on most of their favorites again.
Now it's made things a little bit more interesting, I think. You know, Zero Tenacity down to the losers bracket, so we'll see them playing again tomorrow. We know that is not going to be the end of them, and they're going to be in playoffs next week for certain. But seeding is going to start to become a little bit more important. You've got Insomnia having to go up against Vertus Pro, but against all business, team that we just saw. Honestly, my brain is melting at this rate. That's genuinely like a really good best of 5. Now that we move into the best of 5s, it isn't just a momentum of winning that random domination game and then hoping to sort of get on something that you're comfortable with. You have to get some things going, and then you get the chance of domination reappearing in the draft once we get to map 4.
Zero Tenacity did, of course, win against All Business in their first meetup, but it was a 2-0 and a 2-1, so we do know that All Business have the capability to try and turn this round and try and bring it back. And again, all these teams already in the playoffs. This is for seeding, and this seeding is really important because we just saw how solid Rad were. We just saw how incredible Berber Patspim is, and Vertus Pro back on the rise again, taking their map as well. Suddenly, higher seeding is so important because it means you go longer avoiding these top teams.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you're going to have to run into them, and I think when teams start thinking too much about where they want to be sort of put in a playoffs bracket like this, at the end of the day, if you want to be the top team, you have to be able to beat everybody, and it does feel like everybody at the moment is beatable. Berber Patspim, I mean, there's only been one team that's been causing you consistent issues, and they've also got their own issues that they're dealing with currently over in a completely different bracket so far. But we do have an interview with one of the newer additions to this Berber Patspim team. We're going to bring out the Captain America extraordinaire Polly. First and foremost, was that like a business of as usual kind of series for you guys? Like, it felt incredibly clean, and you were sort of going against what a lot of people were doing drafts, right? Like, it was a little bit different to what we've seen.
Yeah. As for the game, it's really just me and my cousin Pokey cooking in the backline, and as for the end of the round, we tried some new things in attack, tried some kind of attack rollout or something, tried to make it a bit more interesting for you guys. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So how does the coordination work when you have what is essentially two almost separate arms to the team? Like you say, you and your cousin diving into the back line and then the rest of the group trying to hold back their front line. How does the coordination work and communication work between the two sides?
As for diving, it's mainly me coming whenever I go on the back line. And sometimes I ask for confirmation if Pokey can join me, and if not, I just go on my own. So it's sort of like me diving the backline and then my team pushing up, and just having that constant pressure like all the time. That's sort of our style, you know.
You talk me through a little bit of the Captain America, I think, because like we've seen so much of the focus going in onto Emma Frost, Magneto. You guys are actually like first saving Captain America. For those that aren't really following aren't in the scrims themselves, what is it about Captain America that makes him so strong right now that he's like genuinely a good pick alongside the Magneto and the Emma Frost?
His kit is just really good. His survivability is just insane. But the most insane about his kit is his ult. It's basically another support ult for your team to use. So it's really only that.
So I want to ask something that we've been seeing a couple teams where we would normally traditionally, at least in EMEA, see the Captain America starting to move over to the Venom. What is your thoughts of those two in comparison? Where does one fit in and where would the other fit in?
Well, about Venom?
We've been seeing a lot of teams use the Venom as the second dive instead of the Captain America. Like, where do you feel that would take the advantage over Cap, or do you believe that Cap should be the dominant pick each time?
I do think Cap should be the dominant tank diver, but Venom is also a good pick, especially with like a damage boost. He has like a one-shot combo. But for me, at least, whenever Cap is banned, Venom is always an option for me.
We had Enzo in an interview last week say that he wants to be the team that first beats Vertus Pro. You guys have been the closest up until Rad did last week. Has that result, despite it being in a different group, has that almost like infected you guys a little bit, or has it affected you at all? Are you a little bit more like, okay, we're playing really well, the top team that was undefeated has now lost, this is a perfect tournament for us? Or are you just sort of almost approaching it game by game just to make sure that you're focusing on your own performances, not too much about the other teams that you might be competing with?
I think at first we reacted, we were kind of shocked that Vertus Pro lost, but we then realized that this might be good for us, because we don't really see Rad as a threat. So it was kind of like surprising that they beat VP, because we thought like VP was the best team in Europe, which they are. So yeah, I think we're taking this really good.
So where you guys currently are, you're in this upper bracket, you're in the grand finals of your group. This means you're likely going to be playing against one of the teams that lost today. Do you have a preference between Low 9 and Team Peps?
I'd like to face L9, that's all I'm saying. Kind of because they're like my friends and I really like them, so yeah.
Are there any teams that now that we have our top 8, like, yeah, we're sort of looking into seeding now, we sort of expect you, Vertus Pro, Rad as well to be up there. Are there any teams in this top 8 like Low 9 that you think people are underestimating? Even Zero Tenacity felt a little bit underestimated, but they didn't really have much of a show in this game, it felt like. That stuff that made them really excited to watch, you kind of dealt with it very cleanly.
I think a team that really stood out for me was All Business. I didn't really expect them to do this well, but it's good to see them do well. Is the next match All Business versus L9, or did I miss out?
That's already happened. It was All
that's all, yeah.
2-0 versus...
Yeah, as expected, really. I think All Business has stood up.
I mean, they're up against Zero Tenacity tomorrow, so is there a team that you think could win out of those two?
Is it Z10 versus?
All business, yeah.
I think it might be close, but in the end, I think Z10 will take the win, honestly. But I think it will be close.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Polly. We'll let you go celebrate with your team and get
Thank you for having
prepared
me.
for what is that grand final and the playoffs that are coming up.
Thank you.
Well, we had an incredible day of games, Ryan. We had some very fun ones. A little bit more 2-0s than we would personally prefer because we always like seeing those game 3s.
Yeah.
But overall, some of those matches were exceptionally close. Some of them have left teams with a lot to prove.
Oh, for sure. At the very least, for the weekend games, they can't be 2-0s because they are full best of 5s. They could be 3-0s, but this gives us a little bit more to watch. And I think ultimately we want to be seeing these teams get a little bit more reps to see exactly how they are cooking these comps up. But let's have a sort of recap of the bracket so far. We aren't in the playoff stages yet. We don't need to look at the grand finals of Ignite just yet for stage 1 or the mid-season finals that would come up afterwards. We're looking at completing out these groups for the rest of this week. Berber, Patapim confirming their position in the grand final so far without dropping a single map. Incredibly clean work from them. And then we see Zero Tenacity versus All Business, a rematch, as you see in the upper bracket semis a little bit to the left. It's going to be playing up tomorrow. And like I mentioned, full best of 5, so we get to see a little bit more from these guys.
An incredible setup here. We also have Group B that has also been putting quite the performance. We lost Team Peps down into that playoff bracket. They are locked in with their position. Insomnia versus Vertus Pro, the next litmus test for Vertus Pro against this incredibly aggressive and very innovative Insomnia GG composition. VP play against all of the innovative teams right now, and Rad Esports waiting, looming in those grand finals, looking to try and, as they said, prove themselves that it wasn't a fluke when they beat Vertus Pro the first time.
It's such an exciting matchup that it wouldn't surprise me if we see it a little bit more in the other games as well. So yeah, I think for me, Rad versus Vertus Pro is probably something that we're going to see a fair few couple of times.
Not even just this season. I would expect that this could continue for a long time. These teams are so good. And then, of course, that other side of the bracket, that Group A, Berber Patapim also just hovering on the periphery, waiting for their chance to strike. Here are the results for the day. 2 zeros across the board. Vertus Pro and All Business punching their ticket to another matchup. Team Peps and Low 9 not out yet. They are already in the playoffs where they have their chance at redemption.
Yeah, get familiar with these teams, these 8 squads that are on the board, because we will be seeing a lot more of them for next week. It is just a case of solving out the bracket. So we do have the schedule for tomorrow's games as well. So if you're needed to get a couple more hours to get that magic skin, definitely tune into these ones. These are full BO5s starting a smidgen later than today. We've got Zero Tenacity versus All Business, followed by Insomnia Gaming versus Vertus Pro. The first one especially, a grudge match of a rematch, I would say. And honestly, I think All Business are coming into form right now. Let's see if Zero Tenacity can bounce back after the loss that they just suffered here.
Zero Tenacity absolutely caught All Business off guard with an incredibly unique draft that we did just see. We just saw Berber Patapim able to counteract. We're going to be expecting All Business to be sitting there watching that game and just like, yeah, good, learn. We take this and we move on. So we get that grudge match coming up, and then of course the next litmus test for Vertus Pro versus Insomnia GG, the team that has created upsets that people have slept on, that has Canadian missiles in the form of that Wolverine with the Hulk. This comp is so scary. How will Vertus Pro deal with it?
Oh, it's going to be fun. I think there's a lot more to see from this Insomnia team. So just honestly, Tetra, let's bring on tomorrow.
I am so excited. Let's get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, America comes up a little bit later, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But from us, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to tune back in tomorrow, where we're going to find out some more of those seedings here in Marvel Rivals Ignite for EMEA.
oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸.